that you are saying that is real. This is philosophy 101.
I'm not talking about philosophy, dumbass. I'm talking about actual reality, stupid.
Then get
Who the
argument.
fuck lives in fucking philosophy? I don't live in your what ifs, dummy.
The burden of proof is on your side.
The proof has already been proven. A uterus exists, you dumbass.
You just saying that it exists is not an argument.
Have you ever opened up a body and looked at it? Because I have seen the inside of a body and there's a uterus in it.
So now you're just presupposing that a body has a uterus.
David, shut up. It's not a presuppose. She just asked you about where babies are held as the pregnancy continues. It is the uterus. The fuck are you talking about right now?
He's a fucking idiot.
The fact that you're using a presupposition on something that is factually
provable, invisible.
What's the argument for it being real?
Because it exists in reality.
Oh my God.
So now you're just saying that something
not even
exists.
the topic.
Yeah, because right now you can Google it. And there are people on this panel who have them. And there are people on this panel who have utilized them for birth.
Hello.
That's a burden switch.
It's not a burden switch. That's literally the proof, you dummy.
I'll tell you how.
Did you only take philosophy 101? Is that all we're into? Are you only in your first semester? He's only in his first semester.
Can I explain this?
No, because you're an idiot.
When the burden of truth is on your side.
It's a burden of proof.
So a little bit about David. David is are you 18 or 19?
Oh, that explains a lot.
Are you 18 or 19
Huh?
One philosophy
Is
class.
the same David?
19.
Okay, listen.
No, not the same David. No.
Okay.
Hold on. No. This David lives at home. He's 19. He's a virgin. He's never seen a vagina. He's never gotten a woman wet. But he wants to tell a woman what to do with their vagina and their uterus. But he doesn't believe that uterus are really important to the conversation. He's a debate bro, and he watches YouTube videos. And now he's gonna throw out illogical fallacy and red herring at some point in this conversation.
Well, he's already doing that.
Yep. Saw that shit. That's why I turned on my camera.
By asking me to prove what a uterus is and that it exists. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. Go open up a biology book, start there. And if you really want to, you can see real life examples in various museums, as well as other textbooks, videos. Doctors can also show it to you if you want, because they do have situational observations. You got all kinds of avenues. You could prove it, show the proof of it. So I'm not going to sit here and prove
That's
a
burden
uterus
switching,
to you.
by the way.
It's not burden switching.
No.
How is that burden switching? How?
It's because
how?
When the burden of proof is on your side, it is your obligation to show the proof. Now you are telling me.
Okay, I can prove it. I can prove it right now. Hanji, have you had a child?
2 of them.
And where was that child held?
In my uterus.
Ah, okay. Uterus. Proven.
That's presupposing that it exists. What's the argument for it existing?
Because it exists in reality, dummy.
You saying that it exists is not proving that
David, disrespectfully, David, disrespectfully, I hope you never procreate.
Never.
I hope you never procreate.
This is the stupidest. I want you to go back and present your argument back to a philosophy teacher of yours and tell them that you told us to prove the existence of a uterus, and then tell me how far that gets you. And then come back and tell me how far that got you with that professor.
You're gonna get blocked.
I'm telling you to prove it in your.
They're gonna block.
I don't have to. It exists. We know this.
You're pivoting away from you're pivoting, David. This isn't even the original conversation. If you're not able to carry a child and give birth, you don't have a say in who can and cannot make decisions about their own fucking body when it comes to childbirth. Now you're pivoting to fucking I reject uteruses, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And just a PSA for the commenters. It's a full moon, so just be prepared.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
Well, that explains yesterday too, then, Ariel. That explains yesterday. That explains the day.
Yep. And it'll be tomorrow as well. There'll be residuals, but they're out. The crazies are out.
David, no. We're going to go ahead and do it. Why don't you go ahead and prove to me you exist?
Why don't you prove the non-existence?
He doesn't exist, you guys.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He doesn't exist.
Damn. He was right.
He was never here. David never existed. See how that works? Fucking crazy. All right, Chuck, are you over 21?
I am, yes.
Perfect. What'd you come up to talk about? Which topic?
So petty. I love it.
I'll go down the list here and address them. Let's see. Mega caters to white supremacy. Now, the white supremacist is a socialist, and socialists are leftists. So
none of that's true, but okay.
that is true. That
No,
is true.
It's not. But
Yeah,
okay.
it is.
It's not, but okay.
Well, you're dumb as a box of rocks.
Okay, sure.
Let me see here.
Trump
If you, don't,
administration.
Sure.
Chuck.
if you don't have I have a right. I not only have a right.
Okay. Apparently, he doesn't like it when women speak. That's okay. It's okay. We deal with fragile men on that.
We have a right.
Chuck,
Hey, don't,
what political party is the Trump administration?
don't mute me, you stupid fucking cunt.
Oh, big hurt man. Him's a big emotional man with all them he feelings.
Fucking
All
wrong
them
with you?
he emotions.
Skin color
All
bother
those
you,
emotions.
pumpkin?
You so emotional. Why are you so triggered, Snowflake? Why are you so triggered, Snowflake?
Does my skin tone bother you?
Oh, look, he ran. Why the Snowflake
And
so
it's-
triggered?
And just so we're clear, it's queen cunt to you, princess.
So,
And reason 899,000 why men should not have a
The men are not
Say.
lonely enough, Aaron.
should not have a say.
The men are not
Imagine.
lonely enough.
I love that the fact that MAGA's like we're the rational law abiding.
And you want to know what's funny is that I didn't even come at him.
Men are not
like I
emotional.
usually do.
Men are strong and tough. Women are emotional. But then come up here and get the word cunt the moment somebody gets you to shut the fuck up
I
for
mean,
a second.
I got one. He ain't never going to be in
Imagine.
it though.
Being a man, a MAGA man, and being that emotional and that triggered of a snowflake. Oh,
It's got so guys. I know that was fucking crazy. It's crazy
Sad.
work.
Sad. Mm-mm-mm. That was some stuff, y'all. One man denying uteruses. I reject uteruses. I want that on a shirt. I reject uteruses. I want all gay people to, all gay men to wear.
One man getting pissy because a woman of color mutes him so she can fucking ask a question.
And then on the back, I wanted to say, not because I don't like her or her uterus, it's just because I don't want it. I reject
babe.
uteri. Exactly, Petty. I do reject uteri. That was crazy work, both of them.
I'm going to need this full moon to move faster. So what the fuck is up with
Nope.
the day?
Tonight and residuals into tomorrow's live, just so you're prepared. Imagine that was two very snowflakey men right off the bat. And David, if you're still in here, please take more than one philosophy class before you come up here with this nonsense. Because I promise you, if you'd have taken the I reject uteruses argument to your philosophy professor, you would have gotten a tremendous amount of pushback.
Drop from that class at first.
A tremendous amount of pushback. Because that was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I reject uteruses. That's going to live rent free in my head for a while.
Craziest thing I've ever heard.
Prove to me a uterus exists. How do you know a uterus exists? Because it does. I've seen them.
He didn't even know what it was. Like, that is crazy to me.
No, we even narrowed down the region.
Right? So I guess the baby just ended floating around.
Gave him a goddamn map. I might as well call myself Google.
The lower region. That, I can't wait to tell you.
It's housed in her big toe, David. It's in her big toe. That's why her ankles get swole. I'm just
Now you wrong for that.
like that's the logic these people fucking operate on. Like where
Oh my god.
tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not. That's the problem.
Right. Now prove to me the baby's not in the toe. I'm gonna need somebody to prove to me that. Fuck me. Oh,
You're gay.
Yesterday was full moon crazy. Today is full moon crazy. Tomorrow gonna be full moon crazy. Y'all, tap and share. I should be well over 10K by now with 50 people in here. Tap, share. I don't know. Where are our shares at? I can't even see that right now. Where are we at with those?
Good question.
6.
6? That's it. Y'all, that hurts my feelings because I did those 6. Y'all.
We're at 22. It's going up.
All right.
You want to see how evil AI is?
Why? What did it do? Did it put David as a picture of a uterus, like inside the uterus?
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
What did it do with Jared?
Not Jaren. Oh no. Oh my. Even in an AI drawing, Jaren is a hot man.
Mm-hmm. Nice one.
And whoever named, I don't know if their name is still this, but whoever named themselves Jaren's Meat Stick Garage was fucking diabolical.
Listen, no, someone actually at one point in time
Or it was his beefsteak cooler, maybe. I don't remember.
there
It was
was
something
that
like
one.
that.
There was Jaren's Schmildo.
Oh
You
my.
get my drift?
Yeah.
What up, losers?
Jaren's harem.
All
It was really funny.
right. MF Sidious, are you over 21?
Yes, I'm 39.
Perfect. And what topic did you want to talk about?
I just came up here to call you guys a bunch of losers.
Wow. So not even a good troll.
Not even, yeah, you're not even worth my time.
So not even a good troll.
Hope you feel better now, Pumpkin.
Like,
Go back to class.
if you're gonna troll people, at least be good at it.
Oh.
'Cause if you think losers is the worst thing I've ever heard in my life, you're sadly mistaken.
Hello?
That part.
Hi, Nathaniel. You're over 21.
Yes.
Perfect. And what'd you come up to talk about?
I feel like the statement, if you don't have a uterus, you don't get to say in abortion.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's kind of, that's not really good logic, because I feel like just because it hasn't, it's kind of like saying, if you've never eaten rotten tomatoes, you don't know if they're bad. Like,
These are rotten tomatoes now. Hello.
Yeah. First and
like the same
foremost,
logic.
that's not the same thing because you can choose not to eat the rotten tomato. A woman, you can never choose to be pregnant.
well, I mean, you can choose to have sex. You can.
Yeah, but you can't choose to be pregnant. You yourself can never be pregnant.
But then, so if I couldn't choose to do something bad, or
I'm
what?
not afraid.
Let's
you're
say,
framing an AB as bad, and when not everybody sees it that way, so that's an invalid argument.
I'm not even talking about AB, just in general, something bad. Just because I can't choose to do it doesn't mean I can't tell people don't do it.
Yeah, but again, you're equating AB to being bad, so not everybody sees it that way
I'm
because
not
it's
even
an
really
action.
saying AB, I just
You
said the logic.
literally just compared it to something bad that you should be allowed to talk about.
Did I say AB?
It doesn't matter. You're still making that analogy and that inference. I'm not stupid, dude. Like, I can hear your
I'm
voice.
kind of just talking about like the logic, not really the
Right.
AB.
But the logic would have to then entail, based on the words you use, that AB is bad because you are using the word doing something bad as an analogy to the AB, which is the subject we're talking about.
So even if I have like valid points about it, I still can't say it.
You can say it. It's still just an opinion. You should not have a deciding factor or decision in the matter, though. In other words, you shouldn't be allowed to enact any laws, and you shouldn't be allowed to sway the woman in any way, and you should not be allowed to decide for her in any way.
I think if you're like the husband of someone, though, I feel like you should get it somewhat.
He will never be
No.
pregnant. He will never assume the risks and the dangers of pregnancy. He will never have an opportunity to be pregnant or go through the permanent physical and psychological changes that come from pregnancy.
Matter of fact, I have my husband right next to me. Do you want me to ask him that question?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna like decide
If
my
if we were
position
to
based
have
on one person.
hold on. No, because you said a husband should have a say so. Let's see here. Hubby, if you were to get me pregnant, is it your decision whether or not I should keep the baby if I don't want it?
Why would you get pregnant in the first place?
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Did you hear that?
I
Then
just
why
feel
would
like
I have
I'm not
gotten
saying they should
pregnant
have
in the
complete
first
control.
place?
I'm just saying I feel like they should be part of the conversation at least.
That's up to the woman if she wants to
They
include
don't
her or
have to be
not.
part of the
They
conversation
don't have
because
to
they're
be.
not the ones that are going through the complications of pregnancy, because the mortality rate of pregnancy is very dangerous. From the time that we have conceived the egg to the time of birth, it is dangerous. There are other health factors in it. They eat away at the calcium of our teeth. I am a prime example of that. They also eat away at our immune system. A lot of people are anemic because of pregnancies. A lot of people because of pregnancies. A lot goes into it than just having a baby.
Your little
That's what
insides
you
get
guys also
rearranged.
understand.
Your insides get
Oh,
rearranged.
yes, they do. It takes a year. It takes a year for our eternal insides to move back into place. You can end up getting diabetes. I know people who have never been diabetic that after their pregnancy ended up with type 1 or type 2 diabetes. My aunt, rest her soul, because I lost her the same year as my mother, she went blind while she was pregnant.
Yeah.
I understand. It's just like, obviously, at the end of the day, you can't actually like really physically do anything if like the woman wanted to have an abortion.
Well, you can, because that's why that's the problem. You can, because people write laws and shit that force women to have to do this thing against their will. That's why there are women dying in places like Texas, because they won't abort a child who's going to literally kill the mother. And they do.
I just feel like overall, I feel like, well, I mean, at the end of the day, that you can't really enforce this, but
you can.
Well, you can't really enforce any of this, because at the end of the day, if people want to have an unsafe abortion, they're going to do it.
No, but that's just it. Texas monitors women, their cycles, and the pregnancies themselves when they're found out, beginning to end, to make sure they don't. As a matter of fact, they're prosecuting a woman who they found out was pregnant and went to another state for the AB.
Dugald.
They stopped her.
Oh, I apologize.
I don't really have like a stance on really like the AB part. I just feel like the logic though is kind of like a bit of a.
Hold on a second, Happy. We'll let you
everybody
say
should
it.
have an opinion, even if they don't really the opinion. I feel like everyone's opinion should be valid.
Not when it's not affecting you. That's the problem. If it is something that does not directly affect you and does not cause harm to society, should not have any opinion. Shouldn't have an opinion, but if you're going to have an opinion, that's fine, but don't have a say. You don't get to make a decision or try to sway that decision, because it is, again, not going to affect you. The only thing that a man ever has in this situation is an orgasm. That's it.
I just feel like if someone's going to be a crackhead, it's across the country, across the world. It's not.
It doesn't hurt the whole country, and you shouldn't make it illegal, because that's an addiction problem that they should have solved, but they don't have to. That's still up to them.
It's bad for them.
You can,
help them.
but you should not have a deciding factor in what that does to their body. They're going to inject it whether they want to or not. Do you want to help them get help? Sure. But this isn't a situation where somebody needs help, right? This isn't a situation. Actually, I take back a lot of what I just said, because drugs do affect other people. The people who are addicted to it usually cause harm to those people around them, even in their communities as a whole. So yeah,
Dugald,
you
hold on
can
just
have
one
an
second.
opinion then.
Hold on just one second, Dugald. Perchance, let me tell you something. Do you want to know why pregnant women get glucose readings? Yes, you can get type 1 diabetes during pregnancy. Yeah, dingus. That's the whole point of the
I
glucose
mean,
test,
I
to
feel
see
like
where
in
your
most
I'm not
pregnancies, I feel
talking
like
to you,
it's a choice
Nathan.
get
Wait a
pregnant.
goddamn minute.
Oh, my bad.
When it comes to pregnancy, every 3 months we had to take glucose, that nasty shit. I hate the orange one to this day. We have to drink that shit to make sure that our sugar levels are on point, because they can drop significantly, or they get raised too high to the point to where we have to start taking alternatives to lower our sugar.
All right, Happy, you had something you wanted to contribute, right?
Hey, frames.
And once after Nathan's conversation's done, we're going to be going back to a little old school thing that I used to do now that Happy's here, where I used to ask people what they thought in words or pictures, so that we can try to work on communication between people. So when we get into it, that's going to be one of the first things I ask, other than their age. Just FYI, so you know where I'm coming from when I ask that. All right, go ahead, Nathan. Go ahead, or Happy. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Nathan. Happy. Let Happy go, and then we'll come back to you. I promise.
Someone else is going?
Yeah, just real quick. Just real quick. Yeah.
In regards to what you said. So Nathan actually did say something that was inherently true. Women will, in fact, still get ABs.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
But they're no longer safe. It's back to using the old coat hanger.
Right.
And I don't think that's the way we would want to be, right? You know, like, I don't think that's where we should be going as a society, back to the coat hanger or
wire hangers.
Not to mention all the sanitation and plumbers, or sanitation workers and plumbers who were traumatized by the things they were finding as a result of those things. Go ahead, Happy. Sorry.
Oh no, that was it. I just, according to Raph, I just wanted to be a pick-me guy and say that, but no.
All right.
Yeah, no. That's exactly where that goes. When you ban AB, that's what you end up with. It is not uncommon, and yeah, I don't think that's where we want to be as a society.
Yeah.
Not only that, like, people also have to remember, there's a lot that, like, the human body, especially women's bodies, are so complex. There are certain things that happen within it that you didn't even know were wrong with it, but because of the stress from carrying this parasite, it basically blows it up, from lupus to diabetes to other health issues to blindness, like my aunt, to heart issues. The list goes on. There are more things than just carrying a baby, which is what people don't understand. There's a lot of things that happen that lay dormant, to where you can go to your gynecology test every year or every 6 months, which I do recommend, ladies, every 6 months. They don't find anything. But when pregnancy happens, they end up finding things wrong with your body.
Suddenly you find cysts, you find fucking
ovarian cysts, yes.
all kinds of shit just out of nowhere.
That you never had issues with before. And my homegirl, I told her to stop getting pregnant because her third child, she ended up getting lupus. Like, it flared up, and she didn't know that she had it. The doctors didn't even know it was there. She was perfectly healthy. Yes, we'll talk about Ashley. So, shit happens during pregnancy.
Go ahead, Nathaniel. You can respond.
Am I talking now?
Yeah, that's what I said. You can respond.
I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like using the word parasite is a bit strong. I feel like it's looking at it like in a very bad attitude.
Well, I mean, what else is
it?
it?
Like it should be like celebrated babies, because like bring a new world, new life into the world. I feel like that's just kind of a negative attitude. I don't know.
But
what led you to say that?
Well, here's why though, Nathaniel. Here's the problem. And the reason I'm going to answer this is because I want you to understand that this is an overall thing that we're looking at. You're looking at it from the perspective of somebody who probably wants to have a kid someday, right? Who's never had somebody pregnant probably, and have this idealistic view of it based on probably Christianity's stance on the nuclear family, right? Maybe
I'm
not
really
necessarily
Christian,
being no, but still that viewpoint, right? The nuclear family, that old adage, wife, kids, that thing. But it's going to be different for everybody. You can't have that same view necessarily. You're not going to have that same view if you're literally a mom who's already got 2 kids and is barely able to put food on the table, and she doesn't have a husband or a secondary income of some kind, like from another, maybe she's gay and she has a wife. Maybe she doesn't have any of that kind of stuff. She might be by herself, and another child is only going to cause a detriment to everybody involved, including the child itself. They're not going to have that same viewpoint as you about, oh, we should celebrate a child.
You can provide for it.
Because you can't help a pregnancy. Sex does not consent to pregnancy. Sex is consenting to the act of sex.
Why would you have sex?
Because people are people. This whole celibacy thing that people love to try to tout as if that's an end-all be-all doesn't work, because guess what? People still have hormones. People still have drive. People still have these things. Otherwise, men should just keep it in their pants, right? Like, if you're going to sit there and put that on women that she shouldn't have sex then men shouldn't either, because no pregnancy happens without a man.
Well, I mean, if women aren't having sex, then by like...
So where is the responsibility on the men who are there then in that scenario? You're saying it's the woman's fault for having sex. The man had sex too.
Well, you can only really have
It's the
sex
great
if the
victims-
woman's not having sex and the man isn't really either.
Nathan,
So I don't
no,
really
Nathan.
know.
No, now that's
Is it the great
bullshit.
victim's
Men
fault for
grape.
getting pregnant?
Men grape. Constantly,
That's like 2%
consistent.
of
It is not 2%
It's
of
not 2%.
abortions.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it's less.
Especially in the States, it is not 2%.
No, so here's the thing, right? You are taking stats that are given to you by pro-life organizations. Nathan, are you there?
He's teacups. He's looking up more stats that he can throw at people that he thinks are going to help him.
Oh, we want to throw up some stats. I'll throw up some stats.
Right.
I want him to come back to make sure he hears my point. Y'all tap the screen. We're only at 16,000. We should be well over 30. Come on. Pretend it's Nathan's face and just slap it with your finger. Hey, Nathaniel.
We can't hear you if you're off the app, Nathan. So you got to come back. If you don't come back, we're gonna have to take you down. Nathan probably took a call, so you can come back later.
I think it's really
got my stats.
important. I think it's really important that we point out a little caveat that a lot of people don't take into consideration with this conversation. Women can only get pregnant once a month, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that. That's a fact.
Men can have sex multiple times a day.
But
I apologize, Dugald and Jack. Dugald, I will be back in 10 minutes. I have 15 minutes. I have to go pick up my son first.
All right,
and
got
then I'll
you.
be-
No problem.
Here we go. This is just USA stats.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, aside from everything else, right? Aside from grape, aside from hormones, aside from whatever,
Mm-hmm.
ovulation does not occur the same time, the same month, every single month, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if I consent to having schmex on cycle day, say 12, I may have already ovulated, or I may ovulate the next day, right? And I don't know, because that's a natural bodily process.
Hey, Fluff, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you so much. Love you, friend.
So I'm going to drop and see if my main account will still affect the live stream.
Okay. All right. I'll see you in a second.
Be back.
So that's it. I think it's really important that people are more aware of, like you said, consenting to schmex does not consent to pregnancy,
Right.
because of that really big factor right there. And I feel like that just often gets really overlooked and like, oh, well, it's a natural or a quote unquote natural, quote unquote normal 28-day cycle. But oftentimes women or sometimes people, because not all of us identify as women, people, their cycles can be 40 days or even longer. Sometimes they can be even shorter. It's all just based on hormones, to be honest. And so to say that someone has an act in how bodies process is just ludicrous.
Right. There he is. He's back. You teacups, and then I had to take you down because you weren't responding. So we figured you can come back up when you were able to. All right. So Nathan, I don't know how much of any of that you heard in the last 5 minutes or so, or a few minutes or so.
Say hi, Khaleesi.
Hello.
Say yes.
All right, Nathaniel, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. How much of any of that did you hear in the last few minutes?
I was searching up statistics, so I didn't really hear anything.
Okay.
Maybe. Hold on. Can I let her go now?
All right.
Do you want me to just give a synopsis, Dugald?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, Nathaniel, synopsis is that not every single woman's cycle is the same or the standard, and not every person's cycle that, like menstrual cycle, you're not going to ovulate at the same time. So it's really ludicrous to say that that's the standard or that everyone fits into a very honestly not, it's not accurate anymore. Like it used to be whenever we were studying some people, but the vast majority of people who have menstrual cycles do not adhere to that standard.
And oftentimes a lot of people are taking precautions against
that.
Well, we are though, because you're talking about women shouldn't be having sex basically, but there's only one time a month that a woman can get pregnant, number one. And that's what she was explaining. And number two, most women use, if not all, well, most women use protection of various kinds. When they do this, that fails. So
the main point is that, Nathan, we can't control when we ovulate, right? Like we physically can't control it unless we take medications to control that, right? So just purely going based off of natural cycles, no. I literally with a cycle of 40 days, I could ovulate on cycle day 20 and not know instead of cycle day 14, like the standard deviates.
Yeah, and with that changes with the, like I said, birth control. Some of that fails. Condoms break. IUDs don't work right. Birth control fails. Like these things happen. It's not consenting to sex does not consent to pregnancy.
I think you have to, when you have sex, I think you have to take in like the risks. I think you have to keep those in mind. So
okay, then the guaranteed way, if that's the stance you want to go with, and the guaranteed way to end all abortions right here, right now, is mandatory reversible vasectomies for all children, male children who have testicles that can produce children and sperm. Should have mandatory reversible vasectomies at puberty and not have them reversed until they're able to have children.
I mean, or just wait until you're in a serious relationship and committed and want to have children.
Or able to handle them. It's either way. That's something for the lawmakers to make up, because that's what your stance is that.
I just think that if you weren't in a, like, why were you knowing the risks? Why were you having sex if you were?
Because sometimes sex happens, dude. Like you don't seem to understand. You cannot be in control 100% of the time. Sometimes shit goes down, whether you don't want it to or not. You can pretend to be as righteous and as godly as you want to be, right?
I mean,
and that's a Christian stance. I'm sorry, but or you can be as abstinent as you want to be. You can take all of that in as you want to be, but I guarantee you, shit's still gonna happen eventually.
Here, let's just ask, Nathaniel, are you a virgin?
No.
Okay. Do you use
exactly.
condoms? Hold on. Do you use condoms? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. What form of birth control do you use?
None.
Right.
Why?
Because I waited until after marriage.
So if you're married, why do you not do you get pregnant every single month, or do you plan on getting pregnant every single month?
I do not.
Does your partner?
No.
Are they on birth control?
No.
So then how do you prevent pregnancy?
Well, we waited until we wanted to have children.
So then how do you prevent pregnancy? You're not answering my question.
Oh, how do we prevent people from getting pregnant? Well, I don't think you should stop people from getting pregnant. I just think that you should only get pregnant if you want to have a child.
So again, what's
you
preventing
can't
you two
control
from
that.
getting pregnant? If you two are actively having schmecks, why aren't you two getting pregnant? If
Well, I
you
didn't say
two
we
aren't
are.
using any type of contraception.
I didn't say we are.
You just did. What?
Maybe I
Like, you
missed
literally
that, but-
am I the idiot here?
Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but I don't think I said I did.
Wait, what was he saying he did?
Okay, if you don't use contraception, which is birth control, how are you not getting pregnant? Do one of y'all have fertility issues?
Not have sex.
So a married couple just doesn't have schmecks. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Let's hear from the wife. Let's hear if that's true.
Yeah, is she in the room with us? I'd love to talk to her.
I don't know if she's even home. Yeah, I don't even think she's home.
Oh, of course. Of course.
I was hoping we could talk to her. I would love her input on this.
Do you know how long till this will live will keep on going?
Probably
a little
until
while.
like 8.
Okay, then I'll come back on. What you do?
Sounds like a plan. I'd love to talk to her. I need to know what she feels, how she thinks, and that's women to women. You know?
Same. Yep. Yeah, same.
Bye, guys. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks for coming.
Because like, it can't just be me and Hanji as women who have like a desire to engage physically. Like it can't be just a handful of women on the planet who like to do that. It just can't be.
It's not. All right. Big Belly Bridge, are you over 21?
Yeah, all 4.
Perfect. And which topic did you come up to talk about?
We can talk about C or D, or we can discuss if you think having casual sex is a good thing.
You pick the one you want. Doesn't matter to me.
Let's do the last one.
All right. So you want Christianity is bad and the God is evil. All right.
No.
Oh,
the
yay,
last,
my favorite.
the last thing that I talked about, the casual sex being immoral.
Well, that's not one of the topics up there.
Well, you said, okay, well, I thought you were talking about any of the things that I mentioned.
No, I've got.
No, because this isn't your life. We're going based off of the prompt that's behind host.
No, I know. He said you can talk about anything. I thought that was in reference.
I meant,
to
what did you come? No, I
thing.
said, what did you come up to talk about? And I was referring to the things in the background.
Yeah, we can talk about C.
All right.
Or D.
All right.
Start with C.
All right. What did you got to say about C?
If a woman got her uterus removed, can she no longer have a say in abortions, or like trans women?
Yeah, no, they shouldn't, because they're not going to be pregnant.
Infertile women?
Not going to be pregnant.
So they shouldn't have an opinion on abortion?
Not on the AB specifically. I don't think anybody who's not going to be affected by it directly should not have a say in it.
Should only slaves vote on legislation on slavery?
Slaves were affected by said things, so yes, they should have.
No, like only. So imagine I'm not a slave, but I'm like vehemently against it. I shouldn't have a say on slavery?
No, because slavery impacts everyone, right?
So does abortion. Yeah.
No, abortion doesn't.
Let me illustrate how it does. So firstly, if you're a father and somebody kills your kid,
Hold on.
That's gonna you're interrupting.
Hold
me.
on.
I'm holding on.
I don't care, Big.
I don't care, Big.
I don't care, Big, because I want you to answer this question based off of what you just said. How does me having an abortion affect you personally?
Well, I'm
Tell
giving
me.
you an example. Imagine.
No. I don't want an example. I would like a direct answer, so I'm asking you a direct question.
Because you killed a kid the same way.
How does it affect you?
I'm answering the question. Just simmer down. The same way. Yeah, the same way when Casey Anthony killed her kid.
Nope. How does that affect you?
It makes me very sad. I just
I don't
answered the
care.
question.
How does that affect you?
I just answered the question. You said I don't
But
care.
that
Your
doesn't affect
sadness and
you.
your comfort is not everybody else's problem.
Does
so
it?
no.
Is that an effect that it has on me?
No,
Genius?
that's not an effect. That's called. That's
what's
not
an
an effect worthy of consideration. No.
That's a different claim.
Maybe
Okay,
people
saying
like
that it's
you.
the
Maybe
effect
people
that
like you
this,
shouldn't be reproducing. You're absolutely right.
You've made like zero substantive points.
No,
just
you're
on
absolutely
that.
right. Maybe people like you shouldn't.
Yeah, I know I'm
reproduce. You're
right.
absolutely
You're
right.
like you're brain dead. I know I'm right
Yeah,
about that. Just
sure.
A pregnancy will never
relax.
affect anybody except directly, except for the mother.
Okay, great. So imagine you're married. She promises that she's going to carry the child to term, and then at month 5, let's say, she kills the child.
Are you
Well,
crying?
first and foremost, that's not really happening. First and foremost, hold on, Jag. Hold on, Jag.
Can you muzzle these like rabid dogs?
Hold
so I
on,
can get through
just
this?
stop. First and
Well, you're interrupting,
foremost,
We're
nobody
not dogs. We're humans. Let's get back.
nobody is directly impacted by a pregnancy aside from the mother, because she is the one that has to assume the physical and psychological changes and the permanent changes and the risks involved with the dangers that come with pregnancy.
Is depression a permanent risk? Yes or no?
First and foremost, you can talk to a therapist about that, and you can get medication for that. I'm not worried about what you go through, because what you go through is still not what she goes through, and nor is it to that extreme. If you're not going to listen to the answer, then why the fuck are you here?
Because I've been getting cut off constantly. And now
You're literally cutting me off, and I'm the one that told them to stop so that you could talk, you dumbass.
There's your cutoff. You're welcome.
No, let's not make a habit of dropping them, but
He wasn't going to listen.
I know. So now you can take a time out. I didn't interrupt you. I was trying to get an answer to what you said, but you asked 5 more questions and interrupt me. So you can hang out for a minute. Per chance, are you over
Next.
21?
Yeah.
All right. And which topic did you come up for?
Yeah. Give me the same topic.
All right. What did you want to say?
Yeah, I find that just because something doesn't affect you, you can't have some type of like normative ethical framework around it, right? Like
I didn't say you can't have an opinion.
Yeah, I didn't say opinion once.
Okay, well, you having an ethical framework for somebody else has nothing to do with anything. That's an opinion.
Yeah, well, I just find abortions to be wrong, right?
Well, nobody cares. That's
I think
not,
that we as
that's
a
not the
society-
argument, nor does that matter.
Yeah, I think we as a society should do as least wrong things as possible. Right?
Yeah, but what makes it wrong? What
question I
makes it
asked-
wrong specifically?
Wait, so just to be clear, this is a different.
No, you're the one that said
claim
it.
I'm
You're the
attacking
one who
right now
said
is
it's
just-
wrong. No, you're the one that said it's wrong. So I'm asking you, what makes it wrong?
I love to stay on topic. Right?
No,
So,
I am staying on
think that
topic. This is what
can
you
have a
brought
say.
up. This is what you brought up. So I'm addressing it.
Yeah, so I think you can have a say, and I can just give like the counterfactual.
How about you
example, right?
answer my
So, like,
question about what you brought up on this subject?
Yeah, no, I'm trying. So
No,
I
you're
could
not.
just give
You're
the
avoiding it now
counterfactual.
because I brought something
I'm
else
literally
up,
not.
or
I'm
I
giving-
addressed something
Yeah, so
you
like
said.
let's say I
What
assume-
makes it
hold on,
wrong?
let's say- no, this is a
No,
different claim.
no.
So, let's
What
just say
makes
I
it
assume-
wrong? It's a claim you
let's say I
made.
assume
It's
that
a
you can
claim
have a
you
say.
made that is part of your argument, sir. What makes it wrong?
It's not a part of my argument. Just to be
You
clear. So-
literally said
let's
it
just
as
say-
part of your last argument.
I'm-
What makes it
I'm
wrong?
attempting. Yeah.
No,
so right
if
now
you're not
I'm
going to
in-
answer my
so I'm
questions, then I'm
attempting
just going
give
to
the
take you
argument.
down. I'm not. Answer my questions because that is a point you made for your argument.
Now, see, I'm enjoying my Budak noodles. Budak, sponsor me. I don't like bad taste in my mouth. One thing we're not going to do is overtalk the host. 1. 2, when we are asking you clarifying questions or trying to understand your framework by asking you specifics, answer. We're not going to do this tap dancing, pivoting, parry bullshit. Okay? Grow the fuck up.
Right? It was literally part of your argument and was a point you made in your argument. I'm going to address it. You don't want to answer the question. That's a you problem. All right. Back to Big Belly.
Nice.
Dugald, I have a question for you, genuinely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you save it for after my debate?
No, I can't. No, I can't.
No. You're like an incessant dog. It's good. Get it out.
Like kind of like your mom.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
Keep calling women on this panel a dog one more time. I'm not going to just drop you. I'm just going to block your ass. Clearly, your mother didn't raise you right.
Okay,
No
Don,
training whatsoever.
Dugald, how do you deal with stress? Because obviously I do the burning bush, so I'm like, as someone who can't do the burning bush, what do you do? Girl, I would lose my fucking mind.
Well, the burning bush is what I do, but
wait, how do you
why? What do you mean?
Yeah, so do you want to have the debate or not?
Well, I was trying to, but you refused to answer any questions or talk. So.
You don't.
Yeah, so
you don't get mud
okay,
rusted.
So the normative, like moral permissibility of abortion, that's a little different of a claim than like just because.
But it's one that you made in your argument, which is why we were talking about it.
Yeah, I think abortion's wrong because you're depriving the fetus of future valuable experiences. Now, I could give
an
the
experience you
counterfactual.
can't guarantee, nor do you know that they'll
I can't
have,
guarantee.
right?
Yeah, just to be clear, I can't guarantee that you're gonna have future valuable experiences. I still think it's wrong to unalive you, right?
Right, but
So-
I'm already here and born, so there's a big difference there. I'm conscious
so you
and
think-
sentient and have had experience.
You have conscious and sentience.
A baby that is in utero, so in other words, a fetus or whatever, doesn't have any of that. It's not even cognizant that it's a thing.
Yeah, do you think that those are necessary conditions to be like morally considered?
Yeah, I do.
You think to have some type of self-awareness of you being a thing is like necessary for moral consideration?
Yeah, I do.
You realize that like this entailment of that view would be like you're sliming like 18-month-olds, right?
No, actually, the entailment comes with this, right? The
No,
reason,
just to be clear,
no,
that's
stop. I'm
infanticide.
going to answer your question, but if you're going to just cut me off, I can't do that, right? Right. So the entailment that I'm implying is that in order for a child to have all those experiences, it has to be born. But a mother typically considers multiple factors that are not just that child, right? She considers her own life. She considers the lives of those around her. She considers that child's life and what it's going to be like. And oftentimes, why would you want to subject a child to be born into a world where it is resented for not being wanted, or it is put through a system that does not work? And it also, or be born to a mother who cannot take care of it because people like on the right, for example, want to take away any ability for that woman to be able to raise that child well, or healthy, or happy, or to have any experience that would be worth having. As I know more than enough people, and studies show that a lot of children face a lot of issues from being adopted or put up for foster care. Many age out of that system with all kinds of traumas because they're abused. And the woman also goes through a lot of trauma. So there's more to think about than just this potential might possibly happen life. There's a life that's already existing that needs to be considered, as well as other people. So this idea that it's only about the child is fucking stupid, unnuanced, and unintelligent.
Yeah, can I respond to that adequately? So
Sure.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah. So first of all, that's a strong man to the position. I think that the mother is morally considered in that fact. I just don't think you can unalive the baby. The second thing I want to say
Then
is,
you're not considering the mother nor the outcome of what anything I just said.
okay. So just to be clear, if I equalize all those facts where like the baby, feels unwanted, the mother can't take care of it, right? And I take that to a born baby, can I just like unalive that born baby?
No, because that child already is here. It even has a social and is protected by various laws. So no, it also feels and has some measure of consciousness at that point as well. So that makes a big difference.
So the things that you can say, okay, I just need some type of like necessary conditions for moral consideration. Can you go ahead and
Realize
lay
you
this
just
out?
did a straw man's argument, right?
Right,
That,
he
that's-
did.
That
Yeah.
example you just gave, Chance,
Was
that's
a straw man.
What do you take a straw man to be?
Yeah, a straw man is when you take when you misrepresent an argument and you pivot to something else. What you just did.
Well, no, that's
You said,
not what a straw man.
no. Hold on. You just said if the newborn baby, you can just unalive it. A baby
No,
that's born.
that's not what
We're talking
I was
about
asking.
pre-birth.
Yeah, so what I
That
was
it-
doing. Hold
No,
on. So just to
hold
be
on. It
clear,
doesn't matter what you tried to do. What you just did was a straw man argument.
no. So first of all, that's not
Would
what a
you
straw
like me to
man
read you the
is.
definition of straw man argument?
No. So just to be
A
clear, what
straw
I
man
did was
argument is a
I gave him a
logical
counterfactual.
fallacy where someone misrepresents, exaggerates, or fabricates an opponent's argument to make it easier to attack. That's what you just did.
I simply asked him a question. Do
Was
you
a straw
remember the
man.
question that I asked?
That was
Do you
a straw
remember the
man.
question? Do you remember the question I
You just
asked?
asked if we can unalive a newborn.
Yeah. Why do you think I asked that question?
Because you're trying to equate the two. Yeah, you're trying to equate the two.
I can explain rather than assuming why I asked that question. Maybe I can explain why I asked that question, right? So simply, I was just giving a counterfactual, right? So some type of like motivating reasons for why the abortion would be morally permissible under his view is because the baby was unwanted, the mother couldn't raise it right, the foster care system is bad, right? These are all like motivating reasons why he thinks that abortion is morally permissible, right? So therefore, what I did was I said, hold on. I gave the counterfactual to where I said, okay, maybe those are kind of things that lead to some type of like reason why we can unalive a thing. I just applied those things to a newborn, right?
But you can't do that because it's two totally different subjects.
Yeah,
Which is why I said, I already did. I already gave you the symmetry breakers. I've given them several
what was
times.
the symmetry breaker?
Number one, a child who is born already has a certain amount of protections and rights under the laws of society. Also, number two, no, it's not. I'm literally giving you the reasons why. Then on top of that, you also have the fact that this child now has some form of consciousness, can feel pain, all these kinds of things, right? So you have that to consider as well. You have a child has also already been born, which most women are not aborting babies at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months because they're attached to it. They want to have that child. Any late-term abortions are not being done willy-nilly. We have to know the stats and what motivates people behind that as well. You have to know that most of those are not by choice. Most of those are because there's a medically valid reason to it needing to be done. So this idea between a newborn and a zygote or a fetus, it's not they're not analogous. They're not equivocal.
Yeah. So so what you're saying is really dumb, and I'll explain why. You said three things kind of differentiate them, right? So the first thing you said was that it doesn't have consciousness or pain, right? Or that the fetus doesn't have, right? I could just, again, apply that to a newborn, right?
No, they do. They do. 24 weeks is when consciousness supposedly forms. Also, pain also comes out then. I've already said that.
Yeah. Do you know what SEPA is?
What?
Yeah, it's congenital insensitivity to like pain, right? And encephalopathy, right? So like I could just give you a case where a baby's born into like a coma, right? And has SEPA, right? It's not able to have some type of subjective experience. Isn't conscious. Do you think we could just like take like a jackhammer and like jackhammer its
if you're talking a coma, that's potentially temporary, right? And it's already here.
Yeah.
Which again
so
already
that's
falls
also
under the
applied
other
to the
metrics
fetus,
that I've
right?
already given.
Wait, just to be clear, that the coma is temporary, right? It's going to come out and it's going to experience, right? That's also true of the newborn.
No, that's not necessarily true of the newborn, number one. And number two...
Wait, how is it not?
If a newborn is not in a coma, they already have the consciousness and the pain.
I just gave you a case where a baby is born.
And I've already said that that's when it falls into the other metrics that I gave as well. Under number one, it's already protected by societal laws and measures.
That is
and
descriptively
decisions,
true,
right?
and it's also begging the question.
It doesn't matter. That's still reality, dude. I don't care. I'm going to go ahead and say this now.
Hold on. No,
I do not give a fuck about debate bro and Phil bro bullshit. I don't. I live in reality.
I have a really good, here, perchance. Do you want a modus ponens or opponent argument for, being pro-choice? Is that, what you would prefer?
No, I'm trying to investigate this guy's really dumb view first. So
No.
Just to be clear, when you say, hold on. Hey, Benny, let's calm down. So just to be clear, Dugald.
You can't steamroll, dude.
One thing you're not going to do is you're not going to try and control the space. This isn't your life. If you want to control a space, go make your own life. One.
Premise one,
Two,
perchance.
he is a co-host, so therefore he is able to ask the questions, whether
Premise
you
one.
like it or not.
Premise one, people have a right to bodily autonomy. Okay. Premise two, pregnant people have a right to bodily autonomy. Premise three, it is morally permissible.
Wait, you said this was modus ponens? Okay, keep going. Okay, keep going.
What?
This is not modus ponens, but keep going.
If P, then Q. If P, therefore Q.
Yeah, you haven't even given the conditional yet, but okay, keep going.
It is morally permissible for a person with bodily autonomy to continue or end a pregnancy. Agreed? Okay, therefore, it's morally permissible for a pregnant person to either continue or end their pregnancy.
Yeah, where was the conditional there?
The conditional?
Yeah, do you oh my dumbass, dude. If P then Q. That's if the
He
antecedent
gave
then
that
the
to you. That was literally the
if
first
a person
thing.
is pregnant,
We're not going to call people dumbasses here. Let's get that clear.
It's really bad.
Some etiquette.
people have, okay, if a person is a person and they have rights to bodily autonomy, then a pregnant person has a right to bodily autonomy.
That was literally what he gave you.
I'll grant that. Okay, go ahead.
That's literally what he gave you the first time, and you said he didn't do it.
Where's the break in logic here?
Yeah, so the pro-lifer could just shake hands with you and say that bodily autonomy is, like a good thing, right? But it's not necessarily true that that leads to a pro-choice conclusion, right?
It is
Bodily
when
autonomy.
the thing that is invading on them is not their choice and takes away that autonomy.
Yeah, so
If forced to keep it there.
Yeah, I know you're laughing. It's Cope laughing, right? So
No, it's not. It's literally
you be
your
okay
lack
with
of logic in this situation. You're saying
Perchance,
that
are
is
you
not
okay
equal
with-
that, but it does.
Perchance,
I
are you
don't-
okay with me forcing you to give me your kidney when I need it?
No.
Right.
Then why the hell are you okay with forcing women to have a pregnancy?
Yeah,
When it's
so
literally
my
the
ki-
same situation.
Yeah. Do you know what teleology is?
I don't give a shit about any of your
Okay, so you don't. Just to be clear,
We
you could
don't
just say,
because we're not
"No, I
into the
don't," and I'm not
fucking
gonna-
Philbo and debate bro shit. We're talking about real life situations that you all sit here and love to
It's
philosophize
not
about.
debate.
And
It's
it's
not
fucking
debate, bro.
stupid.
Are you saying that like since it's got complications, like
No,
there's different?
it is. You're literally nobody walks
not what I'm
around
saying.
saying modus ponens in normal
Well, just to be
conversation.
clear, I didn't say modus ponens.
Hey,
Benny
well,
No,
I-
but
did
it's
I
a
not
term
give
you were
a modus
talking
ponens?
about, and you also gave other premises. Like
Yeah, I'm trying to meet you on your level here, bro.
right.
You're failing miserably. So
am
whenever
I, though?
I ask you a question,
Are
yeah,
you
yeah,
okay
whenever I
with
ask
your
you a-
kidney being given to me forcefully?
Yeah, I already answered this question. So just to be clear, when I ask you something like what is teleology, or if you know what teleology is, you could just say no and then just ask me a clarifying question.
I
right?
did. I don't care.
Define teleology.
Yeah, teleology would be just like the purpose of something, like the ontological purpose, right? So like, I don't think my kidney has like some type of purpose that like would necessarily be for you, right? I think that a woman's uterus
A
has
kidney literally has a specific purpose that if he needed it,
Yeah, to
that
be
would
in my body,
have a
yeah.
reason to have it.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
kidney could also filter my blood.
Yeah, so that's true. But again, I think that my kidney has a telos
Weird.
towards my like a
So
predicate towards
your
my
kidney
body.
does have a purpose. It filters
Right.
blood.
And a baby
towards
can
my
only
body.
survive with its mother's body. So it's
Yeah,
the same thing.
Yeah, that's analytically
Literally
true.
the same thing you just described.
No, you guys are very confused. So I think that the
No,
woman's uterus.
you said
Yes, let's just
my
insist-
kidney.
let's
You
insist
said
that-
my
that they're
kidney.
incredulous.
Hold on. You said my kidney is geared toward my body. That baby can only survive in that specific woman's body.
Yeah. Okay.
So
what's-
it's the same situation.
It's yeah. Wait. So just to
You
be clear,
literally
the
just said
situa-
you don't want to be able to give your
No,
kidney
this
to
is-
Benny because
if you
your kidney is geared
do
toward
do you want me to
but
explain,
a
or do you
woman.
want to talk over me?
No, I'm restating what you just
No,
said.
you're not. Yeah.
Hold on, is that not what he just said?
Here, how about a hypothetical then? All right, perchance.
Yes, I'm muting you because you keep talking over the host. This isn't your
I
space.
Say
so I've actually been telling you the amount of times that
science.
I've
I'm
been-
talking. I'm
I've been
talking.
telling them
Theoretically,
that
science allows a man to carry a baby to term. The woman does not want to have the baby. Should the man be forced to carry that baby to term?
Yeah, so I don't know why you're asking me a question. I'm trying to investigate your view, right?
Well, no, you
No,
came
I'm
up
trying
to
to
talk
see
about
where,
your view,
like, I'm
not
showing
mine.
the absurdity of your argument.
No, I haven't given an argument, just to be clear.
Right, because you won't answer the questions that we're talking about. Like, you came up here to give your stance on this,
Benny,
and you turned it back around on ours anyway.
So
Your
Benny,
stance
Benny,
is
the
what we're
reason
arguing.
why. Oh my God! So Benny,
No, oh
would
my
you
God,
like
it's
to
my
talk?
panel. Don't oh my
Can I-
God
Can I
me.
just talk to Benny?
No,
Please?
Are you
You're
trying
not
to
to talk to anybody?
Yeah, like you're gonna go back to this. Oh, you don't have any like moral grounding to make a moral,
It's
I guess,
fucking
argument.
dumb. And I'm sorry, I literally repeated what he said. He said
You did verbatim.
Benny's kidney or his kidney is geared toward his body, so would not serve a purpose for Benny, which we know is not true because we have kidney transplants for reasons, right? But on
Yeah.
top of that, he then said it's geared toward his body. A woman's a fetus, cannot survive without that specific woman. Last time I checked, there were no uterus transfers or transplants, right?
It's so painful to like.
I'm
have to
so
have this, like,
confused how I
Phil
did
Bro.
not repeat back what he just said.
It's so painful to like try and meet them at this like Phil Bro level because they'll just sit there and just like use whatever keywords, whatever
Right,
buzzwords
exactly, sweet.
they want and like try and like wiggle their way out of it by this like false sense of like pseudo intellectualism.
Right. All right. Really quick, Jag, I'm gonna switch you out for Jesus only because he wanted to co-host tonight, so we could start doing that thing.
No, please do. I need to make dinner.
All right,
Have a good night, everybody.
I appreciate you, Jag.
Thanks
Thank you for
having me.
coming. So when Happy Jesus is ready, he can come on up and we'll get him in there. There he is. All right. So the next person we talk to, we're going to open it up with, besides the age question, we have another question. It's coming from trying to learn how to communicate with people because people think differently. So when we're talking to people, we're going to find out how they think first so we can try to gear it on how they think. Okay. Ultra King, are you over 21?
Yeah, 28.
Perfect. And what topic did you come up for?
I think B.
All right. Before we get started, tell me, it's going to sound like a silly question, but I promise it's toward helping communication more than anything. When you are home alone and you're just thinking about stuff, do you think in words or do you think in pictures?
Are you asking if I'm an artist?
No. I'm asking literally how you think. Do you think in words like an internal monologue, or do you think like in various pictures and images and things like that?
I think a little bit of both. Hybrid.
Okay. All right. That's good to know. All right. So you said you picked B, was it?
Yeah.
All right. What are your thoughts on that first? Let's start there.
Yeah, it shouldn't be taught in school whatsoever. Matter of fact, it shouldn't be in public.
It should not be?
Yeah, it
All right.
should not be in public.
Awesome. So when you say that, what's that based on?
My morals. Yeah.
With a
Your
profile
morals.
picture like
Morals.
that, though.
Well, hold on now. All right. On your morals, what are your morals based on?
Just subjective reality.
So your morals are subjective, and why do your
Well, all
morals?
morals are subjective.
Well, I know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm making sure you weren't a Christian trying to say objective morals. All right. So if your morals are subjective, why do you think it's wrong?
Well, I think if a society agrees, which I do think the society does agree, this is why we have certain bans coming out in Texas, right? Why we have certain laws and legislation being passed all throughout the world. It's because we did come to an agreement. I want to make it a clear, I don't have an issue with them. I just don't think that it should be paraded in public. They're more than welcome to do whatever they want behind closed doors. None of my business.
That's the exact same thing white people used to say about black people. You know that, right?
How long how long have you struggled with your self-identity?
Well, I think I've been a black male for most of my life.
Does not. Okay. So again, you're pivoting. How long have you struggled with self-identity and your same-sex attraction that you want to get rid of?
I guess never. I don't know.
Because here's the thing.
It just sounds like an ad hominem.
No. Because here's the thing. I'm a heterosexual woman, right?
Okay.
I don't care what someone else's do as long as it's consensual, as long as it's happy and it's healthy, right? I want people to be able to live their full life, whether that be in a same-sex relationship, a heterosexual relationship. It doesn't matter to me.
I'm saying the same thing.
Hold on.
You're not.
Because I know who I am. No. We're not saying the same thing.
Yes,
because I want people to be happy and healthy. You want people to hide their same-sex relationships. Usually, when people say that, it is because they are upset because they cannot live their full truth.
Or because you have a self-hatred.
Wait, so where's your
toward it.
way? I just do have to ask. You got your PhD where?
I didn't say I got a PhD.
Okay. So how did you diagnose that off of just what I said?
Because people who don't care about it aren't.
Let me tell you.
Well, hold on. The reason we're telling you that is because people who don't care about a thing and who are not affected by a thing typically don't give a shit about seeing the thing.
Right.
Also, can I just say that is the black male in the room with us aside from this picture of Alistair kissing Lucifer in my photo? Because did we just miss that part?
Oh, would you like me to like divulge in that? Like, because you guys.
Yeah, because I don't see a black man.
Sure. Is gender social constructed? Is that a social construct?
Oh, baby, no. Race and gender are two completely different things.
I have papers on this. I've studied this. It is. And if we have to go to the full certity of it. We can't just stop and.
I don't care.
No, what you're not going to do is you're not going to claim blacklist that you do not have.
Well, I do. I am. South African. I am.
Where's your documentation? In South African, the majority of those motherfuckers are white.
I do not have to out myself. Okay? I'm up here for a conversation on why I
see a white man from the South in your profile photo.
Wearing women faces. We're saying the same thing.
No, we're not.
What?
See, you have two black people on this panel, along with black moderators in chat. We want to know, where's the black man at? Aside from Alistair in my photo.
I just self-identify. I don't understand why it's a big
you can't
deal.
Self-identify.
Why not?
If you have no
now I'm getting
blood
upset,
ties
'cause that
at
hurts
all,
my-
I don't give a shit, bitch. I don't, because you're claiming a race that you're not.
So you're not going to affirm me?
No.
Because you're claiming a race that you're not.
Because you're racist, and I don't like that.
The fuck?
Yeah, I'm so confused. Like, there's a phenotypical like aspect that's being
Right.
completely disregarded.
That can't be hidden or changed. That's biologically based. The same as with being gay or being transgender. There's no choice. There's the only thing that is social about that is society's acceptance of or not.
The way I view gender,
them being.
The way I view gender is not phenotypically, right? So I actually view gender as a multitude of things. It's usually societally like
it's
decided,
but that still changes though. Like men used to wear high heels, wigs, and makeup.
Amen. That's
So, like,
yeah, exactly.
The whole point of heels were originally created for men.
They were.
Yeah.
Does this view make sense? I don't give a shit about a person's gender. If you want me to call you a he, her, he, she, he, him, she, her, they, them, I could give two shits. I'll call you what you asked me to call you. I don't give a fuck what your gender is. Does that make sense?
Ultra King, if you being a disgusting person, winning an argument makes you feel good, have at it, friend. If that's what you think you did right here.
The only person that clocked here was
you are
me.
a disgusting person that I don't give a fuck if you think I can debate or not. I'm not trying to debate. I'm not a professional debater. I never claimed to be. You literally just came up here and did some disgusting shit. And you think you're smart because of it.
claiming to be a black man, I can bring black men in here. Let's see you say that to them.
What's dumb is that he's equating gender identity and race. And that's how
Yo, hello. That's how I knew he was
Mhm.
bullshitting.
It's two different things.
So different. So different. Both of
Right.
them
Hey,
all
let's-
come
let's send-
all and
let's
both
send
of them
invites to
come
be
with
easy.
actually all three, gender, race, and sexuality all come with societal problems. Let's get that right. Yes, I
Like,
get
what-
that they're
what makes
similar
a
there,
woman?
but they are not actually society that dictates what they are because they've always existed. Gay people have always existed, trans people have always existed, and people of color have literally always fucking existed. It's where we started. It's how we started. Like, I don't like when people say that gender is societally a societal construct because the roles a gender play are constructed by society. Gender in and of itself is psychosocial, genetically psychosocial. So you are predisposed to feel a certain way and you portray that the way society says at that time what that gender does and is. Society can never dictate what it means or is to be black. It will only decide how it treats people that are black. It's there's so much nuance in there, and then people want to call us stupid for trying to get them to realize that, and it's crazy.
They like to hide behind what they call common sense, which is I guess their way of saying I'm simple-minded and can't think outside of what it is I know.
But I took a philosophy class, so I know a lot of big words, so I know it's going to irritate people, so they think I'm smart.
Yeah, exactly.
If you can't simplify it for people that you clearly know do not really fuck with philosophy, then you're no true philosopher.
Yeah. Each thing has a different thing that society plays a role in, any of which, society plays no role in their existence because they will always exist and always have existed. Those three categories of things.
I gotta say this, Dugald. Geo Fafa in the comments, his comment was quite good.
Oh, that's Jeff Fafa.
Jeff Fafa. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Oh, Jeff Fafa,
Yeah.
Dunham?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you read the comment, though?
No.
You saw his boys junk in the locker room and is confused with how he feels.
Right. That is hysterical. All right, cheesy
Hold
nips,
that
please.
against me.
Cheesy
You better
nips.
hold that against me. Geo Fafa.
Jeff Fafa. No, because I did it too, and he corrected me. So it's not your fault. Because I did it too. I swear to God, I did. All right, cheesy nips, please. You know what? I don't care about these people's names anymore. I'm just gonna say them full gusto. Cheesy nips, please. Are you over 21?
Yes, I am 22.
Perfect. And what did you want to come up and
That's
talk
not
about? Which
cheesy
topic?
nips. It's Tay, but we'll cheesy nips. If you were meant to be here, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you. You can come back up. You've been mute this whole time. Go ahead, Tay.
All right.
Are you over 21 real quick?
Yeah, I'm 22, born 03.
Perfect. And really quick, this is going to be an odd question, but we're asking it for communication purposes. Do you think in pictures or do you think in an internal monologue, like words, when you're sitting there just thinking about stuff?
Well, I'm more of a visual guy. I'll say pictures.
All right. That's good to know, actually. That helps us to kind of understand how we're going to gear the conversation, right? All right. What topic did you come up for?
I came for E.
E? All right. Go ahead and start us off. Tell us what you think on it, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. So, like, all right, the modern people who say they represent Christianity, like Donald Trump and all the American politicians, they're not Christians. So I can understand why you feel like Christianity is bad just based off of who represents the religion. Because if you take time to read the Bible, you'd understand that everything actually contradicts what Trump and all these people are doing. in regards to like the Old Testament and all the things that the God of the Old Testament, which is the God of the New Testament, but like when it comes to sexual slavery or like stuff of that matter, I don't. The reason why people don't deem it a problem is because it's circumstantial, and the fact that it was done in acts of war, right? So if you want a war, you get to keep a bride, but you let the bride mourn the loss of, whoever she was previously married with and stuff like that. And the whole consensus is not even about stuff like that. It's really about love, peace, prosperity, and stuff like that.
My next question to you then is going to be, when I put this up here, do you think I only am thinking about the US and Christianity?
I think you believe about Western civilization, which would include America.
And do you think I've read the Bible or no?
I believe you have.
Okay. So given that I've read it, and given that I'm not thinking about just the United States, I'm thinking, just to give you some direction, I'm thinking of Christianity from start to now. And everything in between, right? Plus the Bible. And knowing that I read it, and knowing that I'm thinking about the history, reimagine, revision why you think I say that.
Okay, so you feel like well, let's start from the beginning. You can't really blame anything on Christians in the beginning because we were being persecuted. But if we look at when we became more of like institutional governments, like the European governments became Catholic, whatever.
I'll give you a little direction. Let me cut in. I'll give you a little direction. I'm talking specifically
Alright.
after the very first council, when Christianity became a genuine religion in the world.
But still, we weren't really actually doing anything until like Islam came, and then we started actually actively killing people in wars.
Dugald,
Right?
may I just crush a quick notion for him and other Christians?
Sure.
To say that Christians were persecuted in ancient Rome is a bit of a misnomer. You were allowed to worship any religion you wanted, but you still had to, kneel for the emperor of Rome. That is your king. It didn't matter what society you were in. You saw that if you were in, let's take Rome or France or England, if you were in front of the leader, you would have to kneel. The second part, as far as their persecution, there is documentation of judges in Rome telling Christians if they'd like to martyr themselves so bad to save the Roman court some time and to go and take a rope and find a tree for themselves because they were doing really bad shit on purpose to get martyred within it, to blame it on them being Christians when it was actually.
I'm sorry, where is this found at? I mean, the
you
first
can
part,
just you'd have to. Where's what found out?
where Christians purposely try to martyr themselves.
Just literally go look it up. You can actually go look this up within encyclopedias.
Yeah,
that information is well known.
Early Christian
I don't
history.
really want to hear look it up.
Just a couple years ago, when that guy went to North Sentinel Island to spread the gospel to the North Sentinel Island people who live there. And it's illegal to go there. They are cannibalistic. They unalive anyone who goes. And he went there, and then they tried to martyr him as if he'd unalive by trying to share the gospel. No, he went there because he wanted to make a name for himself. Because they know where was Jesus telling you to do that.
Okay,
That is an example
so
of what he's talking about.
I don't think you. All right, you're talking about Rockefeller. I don't think
No,
his
I'm
purpose was going
not.
to
No.
martyr.
No. This was about 5 years ago. It's about 5 years ago that this
With
happened.
who? Okay, you guys keep on telling me stuff, but you're not explaining who these
I'll bring it
people are
up.
or
I'll
where
bring
these
it
people
up.
are coming from. Please.
I'll pull up the news report.
Yes.
I don't just want to hear trust me, bros. I actually want to understand.
No, we're fine with that. No, we have no problem with that.
Okay.
Usually we're going to tell you what's happening first, and then when you ask us for the source, we'll give it to you. We don't have a problem with that.
And I think
No,
it
of
should
course.
be known. It should be known to you that I think besides yourself, I'm not sure. So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm the only other believer up here.
You're the only other Christian believer. Yes.
Christian believer.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Christian believer. My bad.
All right, but I still believe Christians were
I'm back.
persecuted
I got that.
regardless. All right.
Darling.
Go ahead. You need big screen?
You need to blow me up. Yeah. Okay. Here he is. John Allen Chow was an American evangelical Christian missionary who was killed by the Sentinelese, a tribe in voluntary isolation after traveling to North Sentinel Island in an attempt to introduce the tribe to Christianity. When you actually click on the overview, it goes into the basis of how they considered him a martyr for it, because they say that he supposedly said that if he gets unalived by these people, Jesus wouldn't wish ill will on them, so don't blame them for it.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah,
choosing to
I mean, that
martyr
sounds
himself for the
reasonable.
cause.
If you want a specific person, by
And he
the
was a
way,
missionary.
Yeah.
Arius Antoninus, circa 185 AD, was a pre-consul in Rome, and they would approach him demanding to be executed. You can literally just go look him up.
That's the one who said what he said earlier about if you want to just save us the
sometimes
trouble.
he would grant it. Sometimes he would grant it, but then after a while, it started filling up their courts too much, and they were like, "No, just go unalive yourself if you want to be unalive so bad."
Okay, so let me just ask you, these people are asking to be unalived because the precondition is that they would be killed for being Christians. So you're still proving my point.
No, they were literally no. He's what he's saying is those people were flooding the court system not because they were Christian being Christian being wrong. They were flooding the court system with things they did on purpose so that they can claim persecution of being a Christian. So
What
they
did he
would
do on
take,
purpose?
but hold on, and then that person that he's talking about basically wrote a big an announcement to Christians saying, if you because they were begging to be unalived during their trials so that they could claim that martyrdom. They were begging for it and doing these things to get that martyrdom status so that they could get the persecution stuff going, right? That man wrote a letter or an announcement saying, if you're not going to knock it off and you want us to unalive you so badly by doing this shit, just go hang yourself from a tree and get it done with instead of making us go through all this. That's what he's saying. He's not saying they were Christian and therefore we're going to be unalived anyway. He's saying they were doing bad stuff for a goal in the name of Christianity against the system so that they would have no choice but to execute them because of the shit they were
What were
doing.
they doing wrong?
Breaking their laws, whether it was unaliving people, whether it was all manner of things. We're talking lots of people were doing these things. They did whatever it
where's
was
this
to
evidence?
break the law and get in enough trouble to get them to court.
Okay, cool. All right, because I mean, you're not telling me what they did specifically.
Because there's like hundreds of cases. You want us to go through each one? I told you they did anything that broke the law, from murder to theft. I can't tell you each and every individual case because I haven't sat here and memorized the entire docket's worth of Roman situations. That would be ridiculous. But you can go look them up based on the name of that man that Happy Jesus up there gave you.
Yeah, they would also do things like deface statues of other gods. They would deface images of the emperor. They would do things intentionally to put themselves on that list and then claim martyrdom.
Didn't Nero intentionally burn Rome to then blame it on Christians?
I'd have to see a source for Nero intentionally burning. Like, are you saying that?
Universally accepted?
I can speak on this. Nero burned Rome because he was trying to create a new Rome to where the elite, the high class, would have an area to themselves, and all of the other people who were living within those areas were pushed farther out. He basically wanted to make a utopia for future emperors and Caesars during that time period. It had nothing to do with the Christians.
All right, so
This is something that church tradition decided to push in. Give me a
Really
second.
quick.
I have to use the goddess's restroom, but
you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, Hanji, just for your while you go and do that, most historians today do not believe that Nero intentionally burned Rome.
and that him deflecting it to Christians was, like you said, to launch that persecution campaign to clear out Rome for themselves, for the wealthy elite. But it's most modern historians don't believe that it was an intentional burning of Rome. He just took advantage of the situation.
I'm not even sure.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he burned it for the Christians. I know about the new city that he wanted to build, but because he received backlash and they wanted an answer, he then put it on Christians during that time. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
that was
trying
a
to say.
scapegoat, but that wasn't necessarily persecution because.
But he initiated the first major persecution, which Tacitus, the historian, details in the Annals. So Christians
No,
are doing
that would
stuff.
be annals.
Yeah,
That would be annals.
say we're
The
only.
annals-
I'm going to correct you on that. Let him
Annals are
correct you on that word only because I don't want people laughing at you later. It's
Yeah, so-
annals,
I'm
not
sorry.
not annals.
Yeah,
I'm
annals
sorry.
would be a book, and the annals would be like,
Yeah.
see how you're under me by two people? It would be me giving it to Benny Boy, who gives it to you.
Right.
That's the annals.
Also,
sorry.
like
You're fine. You're fine.
You can read the correspondence between like Pliny the Younger and Emperor Trajan of Rome, like in about like 112 or so CE, that explain that the Romans like aren't supposed to like actively pursue the Christians.
Right.
That there was like a middle ground that Trajan want to give them, and it was basically like, yeah, if they want to stand like 10 toes down and don't like, if they want to martyr themselves, then that's like their choice, not ours.
We also have to recognize that a lot of the persecution wasn't for Christians. We have to remember that Christians at the beginning, especially at the beginning, were really multiple sects of various cults, right? That were branched off from Judaism based on this Jesus figure. Whether you believe him or not, that's irrelevant. It's just that you even had some that were confused. Sorry, there's a little gnat or something going by me. There was.
Someone has the evil eye on you.
Oh well, I know who that
Just
was.
saying.
I know who that is.
Mm.
But you have to remember is that some of those cults also weren't actually Christians. Some of them were actually called Christians, which were like a whole different thing, even though they sound very similar. But because translation and
Followers
wording,
of Serapis.
they kind of just got. Eventually, what happened is all these cults and sects came together, including those who weren't actually Christians, who were just looped in with them, like the Christians, and they were put together, right? So that's kind of what spawned the movement to even have it into an actual religion, like through the council and all that, is because eventually all these people became like a unified force based on that persecution, because what little persecution there was, because they were persecuting against the individual cults in those regions. And they were oftentimes a scapegoat because that's easier to do than blame the entire population. You find a group of them, right? A small group, kind of like what Trump does with immigrants right now. And it makes people focus on them, not. So it wasn't Christians per se. It was just that they were the convenient scapegoat for the individualized cults that they had in those regions that eventually all got pushed together. And that kind of is what kind of made them turn into a thing, is because they were kind of mashed together and became a people group, as opposed to a cult, right?
Okay.
Never mind how silly it also sounds if you really think about it, because of the taxes that came in. Taxes.
Right.
These are a group of people that still had to pay tax.
Which was insane.
You don't
Look,
just get rid of them.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. And actually, in the Bible, Jesus actually tells his followers to pay the taxes, to render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's and what is of God's to God's.
Exactly.
All right, but my thing is, you guys hate Christianity for the history, not for the morality.
It's actually not even hate, because I'm sorry, there are a lot of terrible, horrible things that other religions have done, and there are a lot of terrible, horrible things that other scriptures, I guess you could say, have in them as well, right? It's not a hatred of Christianity. It's a hatred of what Christianity has done, and a hatred of what Christianity has continued to still do. If I say this all the time, if Christians left their religion at home, like people who believe in the Norse gods, the Greek gods, the Egyptian gods, the Native American gods, if they did what all of them do, which is leave it at home, and they don't take it to a voting booth. They don't take it to a school. They don't take it and put it on billboards down the interstate. They don't knock on people's door. Like, they literally don't even vote with it. If Christians would take that approach, you wouldn't hear a thing about anybody complaining about your religion. Nobody would say
Well, I
a
mean,
word.
I feel you, brother, but at the end of the day, the progenitor of our religion is going to become the king of the entire
No,
world.
that's your
In
belief.
this
That's not a
case,
truth that anybody has to
it's
operate
a
under.
truth.
No, it's not. That's a
It's
No, you
belief.
don't have to
That's a
operate under it.
belief.
Tay,
I'm
it
not
is
forcing
your
you.
No,
Tay,
but
it
you
is your
do.
belief in your truth. I don't adhere to that. That is not
So,
my
brother,
faith. That is
okay,
not my
look,
And
decision.
just
Tay,
look at.
as someone who is a believer, you are wrong. Because it
So
says
you're not a
to
believer.
listen. I know you're triggered, but
Amen,
listen.
brother.
As a believer, you are wrong. Because it gives you the choice. Choose who you will follow.
Yeah.
Those who accept. So they are not wrong. They do not accept our belief system. Ergo, thereby, they do not have to follow the rules of our belief system. At no point did Jesus ever walk this earth and force people to follow his teachings. He asked them, who do you think I am? Who does the scripture say that I am? Do you want, pick up your nets and follow me? He never forced people to do so.
I'm
But
not forcing no
somehow,
one.
excuse me,
You
but
are.
somehow, this new age Christianity that's wrapped in a bow of white supremacy, you think you have the right to force people to believe what we believe. That's
All I
not
said
right.
is a revelation that the
No,
Bible talks about.
you
I
gave
never
me,
said about you
but you
believing.
did though. This is what we're talking about. This isn't me like yelling at you. I'm not saying that you were
You're
like
not a
down.
believer, Aaron.
No, but hold on a second, Tay. You don't get to
You
say who
can't say
somebody
that,
is.
Aaron.
You don't know her or her mindset to
Mhm.
say that. You don't get to say that.
Okay.
Because every
Not me and
because but hold on, but here's the thing though, Tay. The reason being is because every denomination is different and every person within those denominations are different. So you can't sit there and say whether she's a true Christian or you're a true Christian versus her because you don't know. You have your belief. And the reason we said you force, it's not because we think you're holding a pew-pew to anybody's head. It's not to do with any of that. It's to do with this idea that you said, this is the truth. This is going to happen. You're putting a belief that you have onto everybody else as if it is truth. Truth can be verified. Nobody can verify your God or anybody else's for that matter. So you can't sit there and say it's a truth and say and demand that we recognize it as such when it's not. It's a belief.
Never supposed to judge another person's walk as a Christian.
That part.
But,
But
all right,
hold on,
can I
Sweet Jesus.
answer that?
Let him
I
respond.
just want to.
Yeah, go
I feel
ahead.
like I've been getting attacked. I
I know.
mean,
That's
to
what
be
I'm saying.
honest,
That's why I'm trying to
no,
back up and
wait.
let you respond.
All right.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
not
you.
about me or what I want to say really quick. There's
Go
73
ahead.
people hanging out. Guys, can we go ahead and continue tapping that screen?
Thank you.
If you haven't given Dugald your heart me, make sure you send him that heart me because that's one of those things that gets more people driven on the FYP into his live today. If you haven't shared yet, please share out the live.
This is the first time I've not had to do a restart in fucking ever. So
long
thank you
time.
all. Thank you all so
But
much.
also,
And
I wanted to tell you, Ariel
If you
wanted to
comment,
say,
you could repost. And what I learned earlier is if you're feeling extra nice, you can even add Dugald to your story today, and that'll help it even more.
That would.
So please let's get this out there, everybody. Thank you very much.
All right, go ahead.
Ariel said, Dugald, you attract the worst people, my poor friend. And also, hey, you're not the only believer here. You see this picture that I have on the screen? This is Hades and Anubis. Hades and Anubis. I am Kemetic Hellenic. I believe in the Greek pantheon and the Egyptian pantheon. And I got this
proud of
photo
you.
from a friend of two deities from two separate regions hugging each other. Why? Because those deities didn't have a measuring contest of who was true and who wasn't. We actually have mythos of our deities coming together to work and correlate with each other.
Yeah.
All right. Can I
They do
respond?
not answer to Christianity.
Yeah, go ahead, Tay.
Really quick.
Oh.
Hey, really quick.
Can
I
I
had
please
people.
answer?
Tay, I just really quick. The
All right.
people in the comment section were asking how to do a repost. If you hit the arrow in the very far right corner, a little thing will pop up, and on the very far left is a a yellow thing that says repost that has 2 arrows. That's how you do it.
Yep. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you all. All right, go ahead, Tay. Go ahead and respond.
All right. I mean, I don't got much time left, but I'm
You're
just,
fine.
I'm glad to be here in a diverse setting.
I
I
appreciate
don't
you being here and
push
not running. I do
anybody.
appreciate it.
Now,
I
of
will let
course,
you know that.
I just feel I understand, and you are blessed to have the discernment to be like, hey, Christianity's history was kind of horrible, and I believe that too. That's why I'm even more compelled to believe that the teachings of Christ is really true, because no matter what, you could still be a bad follower of Christ. Like no one who says, "Oh, I'm a Christian," is perfect. They can still be condemned too. But my thing is like we could all come together and say we worship one thing or one other thing, but the idea of worshiping a God is that you know the truth, and you can't have 1,000 truths. And my thing is that for my fellow believer up here, Aaron, I mean, I understand you want to have these collaborations, but the Bible tells you that there's no other but your Lord thy God. So that's all I wanted
She
to
never
say.
said there wasn't.
Wait,
Hey,
I never.
I mean,
Wait, hold
But
on. Yeah, no, I never said that, and that's what happens when we aren't open to what someone's actually saying. I said you and I believe that as Christians, that it says the Bible gives you the choice to choose, right? And when you choose, you will enter into the kingdom of heaven, and you will only enter
what
the
if you don't
kingdom.
choose?
And if you then you again, if you read our word, the Bible says
What if you don't
choose,
choose?
and you
She's telling you. Just let her
let
answer.
me know when I can talk because you're being very rude right now.
All right, I'm sorry.
You're not exhibiting the fruit of the spirit, Galatians 5, 23.
I mean,
So
read Revelation
what
20:10,
no,
and
Tay,
what
what
was
let her
written
I
will
respond.
be
say.
Let
thrown
her.
into the lake of fire.
So
Tay, we
what the
listen to you.
Bible
Let her
says,
respond.
the Bible says, choose to follow. It says that you will not see the kingdom of heaven unless you go through Jesus, who is the Messiah, right? There are people on the panel that do not believe that. Okay? That does not make them bad people. It means that they are non believers. Now, it
That
does
does.
not mean that we have the right, because even in Paul, even though I have problems with Paul, Paul says that we are to judge other Christians, not non believers. He says we will know other Christians by their fruits, which is Galatians. He does not say judge non-believers. Jesus didn't judge non-believers. When Jesus was calling people vipers, calling them hypocrites, flipping over tables, he was doing that to believers, not non-believers. But because people don't say the word and they just take what people have told them, they don't realize that the onus is on us, the believers, to be the example, not the non-believers.
Well, non-believers were called the Gentiles, and he did come to the Gentiles. Romans
And Paul says when
3:23
Jesus
talks
died on
about
the
the
cross,
Gentiles.
there's no more Jew nor Gentile, nor male, nor free female, nor slave, nor free. He broke those societal chains. Again,
Yeah,
you need to get into the word.
I am
I
in the
believe that's
Word. You
also
said
Galatians, Aaron.
Yes, it is.
see, Aaron, I like you, but hey, you talk about
she's too.
truth. The
Yeah,
Bible is
she's too
true to
lenient.
you. No, the
She's
Bible
too
is true
lenient.
to you.
Right.
She's not. She's actually more Christ-like than how you're acting right now.
She
But
knows
like
of
you were
hell, but
saying,
she
hold on,
doesn't care.
Kay. Well, that was a Greek construct. You're welcome.
That's you telling
Because what I'm
somebody
saying,
how to believe based on your interpretation.
That isn't. She's
No, it
ignoring
is.
your
Revelation.
No,
truth,
she's not.
Kay. At the end of the day, it is your truth. I'm Greco-Egyptian. My truth is my God's right here. I don't answer to yours. She's more
You do.
Christ-like
They answer
because
to your
she
God.
doesn't
No, they
care
don't.
about what I follow.
They don't answer to
She
your
still
God. That's
sees me
your
as a
belief.
person.
You again, this
I
is
don't
what we're
answer to
saying.
Yahweh.
Until you can say something is verifiably true, then it's just a belief you have. You can't tell me that it's a truth because I can't verify it. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't follow. You've got to be able to prove it. Until then, it's just your belief.
I can.
You
I
Because
can't.
can
Hey,
prove
I
it.
have a question.
Listen, that's
I
what
have
the
a question.
definition of faith
Jesus
is.
Christ is God.
The
He's the
definition
blessed
of
and
faith is a
anointed.
strong belief of a spiritual conviction with rather than proof. It is a conviction through the spirit. It's not
Okay,
always through
again.
proof.
Right.
So,
That is what
okay,
faith
But
is.
you asked me for proof, but then you're saying something to prove
I've
that
never
Kay.
asked you for proof. I've never asked you
Well,
for proof.
I
those
did.
things.
She didn't. She was just
Okay,
saying
I
her
have a
part.
question.
Go ahead, okay.
Do you think all of the different, there's like what, 45,000 different variations of Christianity? Do you think that all of those are
AK, you cut out.
Hey, what happened?
Sorry. Do you think my alarm went off? I
Oh.
apologize. Do you think that all of those different variations of Christianity are correct?
There is no denomination under God, under Christ.
But they
Anyone who
don't believe
covers.
the same things, or they have the same interpretations as you do, like Aaron,
Like
for
That's
example.
not even an interpretation. That's literally
Presbyterian.
genuine. Like, just believing in Christ shouldn't even be a
Then you
denomination.
should not be telling anybody who is and is not a believer.
I'm not telling her
You
based off of
did before.
denomination.
You said she's not a true believer.
Yeah, because she's allowing you pagans to believe that you cannot
I'm not a
suffer for your
pagan.
unbelief.
I'm
I'm
not
an
a
atheist.
pagan.
Okay, well, can I ask him a follow-up question?
Sure, go ahead.
Tay, can you explain John 4 then?
John 4, which states that
The woman at the well?
Jesus.
The woman at the well?
First John or the John itself? Because you have First
Woman of
John,
the well.
Second John, Third John.
Woman of the well. You shouldn't need, can you explain the woman of the well, or do you not know it?
The
The
Syrophoenician woman
Samaritan.
The
Oh,
Syrophoenician.
or Samaritan. It's
Mm.
okay,
Potato,
so she
potato.
came to Christ, right? She came to Christ and she asked for a drink, right? At the beginning, Jesus said no because she wasn't asking with faith. She was just asking,
Actually,
want.
hold on. You got that backwards. Hold on. The woman was at the well. Jesus had been, okay, let me give you the Cliff Notes version. Jesus was out there preaching to people all day. And he was like, oh, I'm thirsty. He went to the well where she was there. He was like, hey, can I get a piece? Can I get some water? She said, why are you talking to me? We not have the same religion. He's like, I know. And you've been married 4 times and you're living with a man now. Can I have some water? And then she gave him some water. And then he says, I will cure you of your thirst. Then she went to the people and said, do y'all know this man named Jesus? Came to the well, read me my rights, knew everything about me, and didn't judge me. He might be on to something. That gives you the example of how we were supposed to operate in a world as a believer with non-believers. They were not of the same faith. The cultural rules at the time said you're not even supposed to be talking to each other. And Jesus was like, give me some water. I'll give you some water, you give me some water. And then she went on to tell them about the man who had been out there preaching, causing all the ruckus, knew about her, didn't judge her, and gave her some water. That is what we're supposed to be doing as a Christian.
Okay, but you didn't read on when Jesus asked her to believe in him, which all of you guys, most of you guys in the panels are refusing to do.
It's not a refusal. That's not
That's not a refusal.
You haven't presented
never
evidence
existed
that
to me.
has me to believe.
Right.
I
I
will
don't
present
believe it.
evidence,
You
but I
present-
haven't.
There's no compelling evidence for it outside
Right.
of people saying it's true. That's
My
not
God is more true than the Greek pagan God.
No,
That's
he's
not true. I
not.
don't
You
believe in
have
any
literally
God.
no
Literally
way to
not
prove
true.
that.
You
Careful.
have to prove it.
Your
Careful.
gods are written in Acts made by
I don't
Plato
Hold
have a
on.
God.
Hold
and
on.
Aristotle.
Hold on.
I
Stop,
don't
stop,
have a
stop.
God.
Hold on. I know what he's doing, though. Hold on. Tay,
No.
you are not going to sit here and insult somebody else's religion while claiming persecution of your own.
I mean, that's
You
not a
do not
topic.
get to sit there and persecute another religion while claiming
Therefore,
to
I'll
be
go.
persecuted.
Is he pulling the ancient Rome card?
No, he
Yes.
knows that Hanji's a Kemetic and Greek believer, a Hellenistic believer, and he's calling her gods characters of a play, which is not true.
My gods aren't a character of a play.
So when
My gods are
Virgil
actually
wrote,
older than yours, Tay.
If you
No
want,
offense,
if you
Aaron,
want
but
it,
no, the God of Abraham is
hold
older.
on, Tay. No. Well, a lot of the stories based from the Bible were taken from older pantheistic religions, but
yeah.
we'll get to that topic in a second. Sorry, Aaron, because I actually like you. I fucks with you. Hey, you do know that your religion defaced and destroyed temples in my country because we didn't believe the mess that you guys were pushing until it got to the point to where we had to choose to either survive and live by converting or die.
So now we're victims.
No, but you
No,
know what?
you
But
perpetrated it as Christians.
yep.
That was perpetrated by Christians.
See, the
Christians have
problem with
done nothing but the
Christianity.
oppression and the persecution
Mhm.
since its inception. You all claim victimhood, but you all are the ones out there doing the raping, the colonization, the enslavement, the goddamn robbery, wiping out of whole societies and cultures, G-sides across the fucking board. You all have inserted your fucking Jesus dick in every fucking country from the Mediterranean to the goddamn European coast all the way to the Western world. So don't hand me
Because
your
it's about
persecution bullshit.
because it's about conversion instead of conversation, and that's the
Yes.
difference
Okay,
between
that's
you
a
and
good one. I like
Aaron.
that.
Oh, he
Is
ran. He ran. He didn't like that. He ran. He didn't like that.
That people's
Hey now.
Hold
Hey now.
Hold on, y'all.
while he's doing that, there's 84 people in here. Can we tap that screen and get to at least 65,000 likes and try to help Dugald reach his gift goal? That would be amazing.
All right. Cheesy, can we have your age for TikTok POS, please?
Hi, yeah, I'm 26.
All right. And do you have a topic you want to speak on?
I guess E. I don't know. Look, I'm Christian. I know a lot of people hate them. A lot of people say there's bad stuff in there, which is true. You can, there's a bunch of bad apples and stuff, but you can't just judge everyone in Christianity about the bad few. You know what I mean?
No one did. No one did. In fact, as you can see,
And now you're ganging up on me because I'm trying to say that.
No one's ganging up on you. It's
You're
just
the only one
I'm not talking to you.
Cheesy. I was gonna say Erin just above. You see at the top, she's also a Christian.
Yeah, I know that. I was listening in on the
welcome. So
argument the other guy had.
No one's ganging up on you. It was
Why are you
just
jumping in and interrupting me, buddy?
Because he's a co-host.
Okay, never mind. That's fine. I apologize then.
I just was saying, dude, you're welcome to be a Christian. You know, the only complaint that we seem to have had is the insertion of Christianity in everyone else's life who doesn't agree with it or want it or believe it. Right?
Yeah, you don't need to insert Christianity if you just exemplify it in a good way, right? Like people won't have a problem with Christianity if Christians showed a really good pillar of example.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's a good decisive argument about it. That's true, but a lot of people are not. They're not like that. Humanity, since the dawn of time, has always been into conquest and conquering. It is in our blood, in our DNA.
It doesn't
as
have
humans.
to be. It's not in our blood. That's
And
just
it's always
no.
like that. It doesn't mean it doesn't have to be. It's always been like that.
No, it's not. It doesn't have to be that way either. Because here's the
It's
thing.
always like that. You're never gonna find someone
If you're
that's not gonna
just
wanna
up here to yell over me as the host, that's not going to work. My mic is louder than yours. Don't
It's
talk
fine. I'm
over
just
me.
saying,
Then stop talking over me. I'm trying to address you, and the moment I do, you start yelling. Stop. I'm trying to address the point you made. Like, just calm down. Why are you defensive as fuck? Why is he so defensive as fuck?
Dugald for the day. Could you give me some
You
mods so I
seem
can
defensive,
moderation?
Dugald.
Yeah, like look,
Okay.
all I'm saying, look, I wasn't even doing my point, and you just started talking over me. I'm not trying to be like a fuck. Look,
You
I apologize.
said
All right,
a
I'll
thing.
apologize right now. I apologize that I spoke over you. All right, I'm just interested in explaining my point. Like I
And
was trying to
that's
say.
fine, and I will
Before
let
you
you do
explain
so,
your
but
point,
just relax.
Dugald, your
explain my
goal
point
has been.
real
Hold
quick?
on, Cheesy.
My
Your goal
goal.
has been hit. Go ahead and reset it,
All right,
please.
go ahead, Cheesy. Now you can say, like, calm down.
All right. Like I said, since the dawn of time, humanity has been at war with each other since the dawn of time. If the world was peaceful, then yes, it would be peace with everyone, and we wouldn't have to have our God coming down to sacrifice himself for our sins. Humanity in general, is nothing but conquest and war and hate and sin. Sin is in everything. Granted, some people don't see it because they don't believe in Jesus, and they don't see that, evil and good is pretty much the battle that we are in, and humanity is ultimately evil because of the first sin with, eating of the apple from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And we take, we steal, we kill, we war. Like if someone has something that we want, we take it. And then we justify it through, he's infringing on my property. I'm going to shoot him because he's in my property. He's trespassing. You're never going to have a peaceful solution for anything.
Cheesy,
Yes.
you got to use TikTok like TOS language. So you got to say like pew pew, unalive, stuff like that.
Oh, well, I don't know what any of that means, but
Act like you're talking to a code to a 5-year-old so his live does not get flagged. So like if you're going to say a problematic word.
My bad. I didn't know.
Yeah, so don't say you pew pewed somebody like
Is
that.
war like a bad thing to say on TikTok?
No,
I'm not too sure.
war is fine. It's what people do in war with the pew pews.
Oh, okay,
That's what.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're
Can I
fine.
ask you one second? Who's the we you were referring to? We do all these things. We. Are you referring to
We as in humanity as a whole, yes.
Yeah, human beings.
Human beings in general, we, that's why I say we. It's just like a generalized term that I want to use. I don't mean it in the sense of like, that you kill people or I kill people. I've never killed a person. And I trust to know that you guys never
Say
killed a person.
unalive, please.
Unalive.
Sorry.
Yeah. That one's one of the
Sorry.
ones. If you don't know the words, it's fine. We'll correct you. Okay. So here's.
Thank you, God of Logic, for the raid.
Welcome,
Oh,
God
thank you,
Logic.
God of Logic. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate you. So here's here's how I kind of want to preface this, right? Like, I understand that humanity has always had a history of violence because we're one of the few species in the world, right, where we have two conflicting things going on at the same time: a higher intellect, which tries to reason things out, right? And then you have base instincts, which still include things like territorialism, right? Right. But humanity doesn't have to conform to that. It can change that by exercising certain things, like getting people to increase their empathy, for example.
You get
Critical
a lot
thinking
of
skills.
that in Christianity and
Well,
the Bible.
no, you really don't. But we'll get to
Yeah, you
that.
do.
But no, don't
book
just
of
not.
Matthew teaches us how to live.
Stop! I'm not done yet.
My bad.
I will give you that you think Christianity says that, but we'll get to why I don't believe that in a minute. All right. Well, just let me finish this part first, then we'll go to that. Christianity, in and of itself, right, has done a lot of the things that you know that humans have done throughout history. It has perpetrated a lot of it, right? So even though that's part of human history, it doesn't have to be, but Christianity still is dogmatic and does not change. So it, in and of itself, well, it changes very slowly, I'll say that, because some of it does change. Otherwise, we wouldn't have progressive denominations and stuff like that. But it changes very slowly due to dogma, right? It does not, as a result, as we're going to move into that point that you brought up, it does not promote critical thought because it tells you specifically not to question. not to question anything about your book, your God, your faith, or how it interacts with anybody, or the history that is described in the Bible, which is incredibly inaccurate, by the way.
No, okay, my bad.
Yeah. So it also does not teach empathy because it tells people to specifically persecute other people based on things they cannot help. For example, I am gay. It's not a choice I made. Nobody decided that for me. I simply am. I was born that way. But your religion teaches that it is a thing that I should be unalived for. So it does not teach empathy and it does not teach critical thought. It stifles those, which is why it progresses slower than more secular people or people who break away from that conditioning. We would be further along and a lot more peaceful if we stopped with the religious dogma stuff like Islam and Christianity do, and you all kept it to yourselves, and we simply believed in the sciences that we know verify things, and stop trying to force everything into a box that only fits in your belief system.
Wait, can I ask a question? What sciences are confirming? What exactly are you talking about that the sciences are confirming that religion does not?
Most religious people, especially ones who are the hardest on the Bible, tend to deny science, such as vaccines or people being gay is not a choice, or hell, a lot of them even want to disprove a round Earth because they're convinced the Bible
Global
tells them
warming.
it's a flat Earth.
Yeah, the age of the Earth.
Right, the ages of things, like they deny that the most of the things that we know to be fact and are verifiably able to confirm those things. A lot of those things, Chris, there are various sects or large sects of Christianity that deny them.
Tell me more about the facts, because if you're talking about the age of the Earth,
Danny,
You're cutting off Cheesy's conversation here, by the way. So we're gonna go back to Cheesy. We'll come back to you in a minute, Danny.
please stay mute until you are introduced.
Yeah,
The
go ahead,
people that you
Cheesy.
hear talking on this panel are co-hosts. Go ahead, Cheese.
So
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're kind of straight off there, Cheesy. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Trying to find a because like in the Bible it has verses about love thy neighbor and all that, and love thy neighbor as you love yourself. And then essentially, like, how can you say that's not in the Bible of like loving people and having peace with people when it's practiced in the New Testament?
Because when I read when I read it, those verses don't mean the same neighbor that you take it to mean. Those verses are talking specifically about Israelites. Nobody else was a neighbor. Everybody else was somebody to be that the God sent people to unalive, G-side, or enslave.
There's also verses where he straight up orders SA.
Yeah, there's that too.
Which verse is that one?
Zechariah 14, verses 1 and 2 is just one of them.
Punishment for David's wives. He says he caused that. There's literal Levitical law about how if you just wander upon a woman and you desire her, you can enter her as long as you pay her husband or her dad 50 shekels.
That sounds like Islam instead of...
No, that's quite literally the Old Testament. That's Levitical law right there.
Okay, which book in the Old Testament is that one?
I just said Levitical law.
Levitical. So like Deuteronomy, Numbers, which...
Leviticus.
Leviticus.
It's called the Levitical law.
Yeah.
It's probably also in Deuteronomy, though.
It probably is. Yeah.
In all those old books, they got like it's in most of them that they start trying to teach people stuff. I think Deuteronomy mostly is about how to run a government, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I don't know why that matters, because that doesn't change what we said. Those are literal commandments, phrases where the God condones, commands, or sins as punishment.
Like in Zechariah 14, he specifically says, "I, the Lord,"
and giving shekels to someone. Like,
hold on.
Isn't there also verses of how to, like take care of your slave and stuff like that? I swear I remember
Yeah,
reading
how you
verses
can.
on that.
Yeah,
there's verses on how to take care of them as like
Excuse me, Cheesy. I was answering Gemini. Yeah, it
I thought
basically.
the question was for me, but okay.
It wasn't, but that's okay.
It was a general, but anyways, Gemini, there is laws pertaining to that. How if you beat them within an inch of their life and they don't pass away within the 3 days, you don't receive any punishment for it. But if they do unalive, then you receive the punishment.
So the verse that I was
So, like,
thinking
you can
of,
take their finger, just like make sure they don't bleed out,
yeah,
basically.
the verse I am thinking of was in Deuteronomy, actually. So he was right on that part. But the one I'm thinking about is, so in the field, if a man meets a betrothed woman,
Just give me. Can you give me the verse? Like the,
yeah, Deuteronomy 22 is where we're at. And then
22?
right now, I'll start with 23 and 24 because that talks about finding a woman in town. So
which,
Deuteronomy 22 verses 23 through 24.
3 and 24.
Well, I only don't have that one pulled up, so hold on. 22 starts, if the same incident... Oh, wait a minute. Why are they not in the same order? Fucking Google. Hold on. Let me actually go to Bible Gateway and do
Do
this.
you want me? I was about to say I can
verses again. I can read it. Deuteronomy 22 and 23. You said.
No, I don't trust what I'm reading now, so I'm going to go to Bible Gateway and pull it up. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't like what I just...
get my
that didn't
Bible
look
from
right.
I have a Bible in my lap. That's what I was offering.
I know, but I want to be able to read along with you
since you're
regardless, so hold on.
Cheesy, you should look up Zechariah
Oh, wait.
14 if you have a Bible.
I didn't, AK, you blew my mind with that one. I didn't know about that one, girl.
That's my secret little. It's my little secret one that a lot of people don't know about.
Which one is
because
it?
everyone talks about David and Bathsheba.
Zechariah 14 verses 1 and 2,
Which one is
specifically verse 2. But
What was that one? What was that one for? The slavery one?
No.
No, Zechariah what? I'm sorry?
14 verses 1 and 2.
Verse 1 is for context.
Okay, so is this where it starts off? See a day? Is that right? Is that right?
Zechariah 14 verse 1 and 2.
Yeah. See a day is coming for the Lord.
Yes.
All right. When the plunder taken from you will be divided in your midst, for I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the cities shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped.
That I believe was to the Israelites for not following God.
No, this is literally him talking to the Israelites about other nations that he's going to have them fight.
Cheesy.
Yeah.
He's about the Israelites.
Listen again to
Cheesy.
what it says, Cheesy. Hold on. For I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. Half the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be cut off from the city. So right there, he is commanding the Israelites to go to battle, with a whole bunch of people, and that all of their cities not only going to be taken, but he's going to have all of their women raped.
Book of Zechariah. What verses was that again?
14, Zechariah 14, verses 1 and 2.
Verses 1 and 2. Okay, let me find it real quick.
And I'm sorry, even if he was saying that towards the Israelites, is that okay that he's literally saying you can grape people? I'm so confused.
Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, and thy spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee, for I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses rifled, and the women ravished, and half the city shall go forth into captivity. Damn, I lost my way.
Notice your version uses a slightly nicer word for grape.
Yeah, no, yes.
Yeah, still is grape, and it's still a command of your God to be done.
All nations.
21, 10 through 14 is another good passage.
Is that the one about the field?
No, that's the you can take her, shave her head, cut her nails.
All right, well, let's start with the field one. I got to get that one back. Hold on. That was the one I was looking at before, and then we'll come to that one. Hold on.
Also, hi, Aaron. Long time no talk.
Hi.
Tap that screen, people. There's 99 people in here. Let's get to 65,000 likes. Sorry, I'm eating pizza.
You're fine.
Pizza is good. What type of pizza are you eating?
I'm eating cheese pizza. I love cheese pizza with extra
Boring.
cheese.
Gotta get some pepperoni on that.
My son is eating the pepperoni.
I like mine with bacon and onions.
I like mine with black olives and pineapple.
See,
Kalamata.
I'm gonna have to throw a water balloon at you. I'm gonna have to.
I'm Greek.
Pineapple's good.
Let's see.
We created the pineapple pizza.
She said olives and pineapples. No, stop.
Kalamata olives and pineapple.
Wait, isn't that the pizza that Deadpool ate?
I think
Is
so.
it? I
I
don't
think
know.
it was anchovies. It was anchovies. It was anchovies and something else.
So I found what I was looking for, right? But I forgot that right before that is where it talks about how basically most women should just be, half the women in the world should just be unalive for something they can't control, which is crazy. It's the showing your virginity off. Most women don't bleed on their more than half the women in the world don't bleed on their first time. But
Less than 40%.
yeah, God commands for women to be stoned if they can't prove their virginity with that blood.
I'm gonna just be for real. He was trying to say that this book is like the best way to, have peace and like tranquility, but like I'm not hearing very peaceful, tranquil things.
Sounds pretty
I'm hearing
violent to me. It's a lot of violence.
Very violent. The fact that there's a rule book on slavery is pretty.
No, we're not. These are literal commands. It's in the book. Like, it's not cherry picking.
You're cherry picking parts of the book that are written to other people.
No, but these are written to the people who believe in this God. The people he gives this command to are irrelevant. It's the fact that the God gave the command in the first place. It doesn't matter who it gave it to.
The fact that it is in there in general is not good.
That you think it matters.
Most cultures.
The fact that you think it matters who he gave the command to is crazy. That he gave the command at all is what's fucked up.
People that wrote it gave the command.
No, these are from your God. This is specifically says from the mouth of God. Not from the people, not from the prophet, right, supposedly part of it, not from the apostle that's supposedly part of it, not from not from any person. This is supposedly from the mouth of your God.
And not only that, Jesus doesn't save you either, because even in the New Testament, he says that you're supposed to follow the Levitical and Mosaic law until heaven and earth pass away. So you're still supposed to be following these laws according to Scripture.
You're supposed to be stoning women and children all over the place. You're supposed to be lots of
stoning
shit.
children to unalivement for just
Doesn't get rid of
being
the law.
disrespectful.
He completes it.
It doesn't. No, it does not complete it. He fulfills it. Fulfilling it does not change it nor get rid of it. Fulfilling. Stop. Hold on. This is what. Hold on. Stop. This is what drives me insane. Right? Y'all don't read this book right, because Jesus' entire point of coming here was to
save us.
No, I realize that. Thank you for filling in the obvious part. He came down here to wash you clean of your sins and writing the law, all 613 that made up God's law, onto your heart. And the washing of your sins was to make it easier to put it on your heart and you to follow the law. Because he was able to do it imperfect, or as an imperfect being, he made it easier by washing away the sins and having it imprinted on your heart. And yet y'all don't even know what the old laws are for people that are supposed to have it all written on your heart and to be following it. Y'all claim to distance the fuck out of yourselves from it, when he specifically tells you to follow it.
And not only that, Dugald, but he didn't even keep that promise, because he resurrected after a weekend. He didn't stay dead, so obviously it was all in vain. And you guys claim that you're washed from your sins, then why do you still call others sinful?
Because
why does sin
humanity
still
in general-
exist?
because humanity sins on a daily.
Then what's original sin? Then why are we punished for?
Sins of man.
Then why is everybody still punished for original sin?
We're
That
still
part.
because
Didn't he
it's
die
in
for
the
it?
earth. That original sin is in the
So
earth.
he didn't clean
But
this. So his death
he
did
was
not.
sad.
So his death
Sins
did
off
not.
of us.
So his death did not get rid of sin.
His death did get rid of sin. It
But then
washes our
why
sins
are you
away.
still being punished for original sin?
Because you have to have Jesus Christ. You got to believe in Jesus Christ in order to be washed of your sins. That's the whole point.
Then you shouldn't still be receiving the punishments of it. Then you're telling me you're still receiving the punishments for a thing that you don't believe.
No, listen, we don't look. I don't have any punishment
No,
from
guys,
sin.
guys.
That's at the end. All right, when we're dead, when we're in front of the
No,
judge.
I'm talking about original sin and the punishment for.
I get what he means.
I understand that, Jim, but hold on a second. Let me clarify it so I know what he's talking about. You are just saying that original sin is still a thing.
Yes.
Jesus came to wash away said sin.
Yes.
Right.
Human
The
sin.
punishment I'm referring to, the punishment I'm referring to is specifically the punishment given to the original sin, not for all sins after you die, for the original sin. What was the punishment given for the original sin?
To be kicked out of Eden, the Garden of Eden,
and
to live a life of working until you're dead, and then I think women got like
That's not biblical.
Some stuff. That's pretty difficult. If you work, we work until we're dead. That's essentially what it is. We work until we're dead. Women have childbirth, like the 9 months, and like all the pain you get from giving birth to a kid.
So stop right there. Stop right there. All
specify
right.
how many
All right.
months.
Stop right there. So fine. You understand what I'm saying then. If Jesus washed away the sin, it doesn't matter if you start new ones or not. That's a different topic. If he wiped away the sin, why are you still receiving the punishments of the original one?
What do you mean by that? Well, that's Earth in general. We were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, all right? The bloodline of Adam and Eve, all right, with his, they had kids, Cain and, Cain and
Abel.
Abel, thank you. I'm having
Seth.
fucking brain fog. I do apologize. I'm having a brain fog at the moment.
Everyone forgets about Seth.
Yeah,
Poor kid.
poor guy. And he's the
Wait, so does that mean
he's
that
the
there's
only
a
one that
separate-
actually procreated into the line that they belong to, and they never remember the man.
There was other humans at the time. It was just they were Gentiles. Adam and
Where did the
Eve-
Gentiles come from, Cheesy?
He made them. It's in Genesis. Go forth. I think it's he's literally talking about other humans here. Hold on.
Yeah, well, because there are other humans. Because
Well, no, I'm not denying other humans. What I'm denying is that the God made them.
No, he did.
I was about to say, so is there a separate group of humans that are like in Eden and we're here?
No,
so like
no,
we're
not
fucked?
in Eden. It was no. It was they were not in Eden.
So no one's in Eden.
No one's in Eden anymore because they ate the apple that they were told not to eat. So they
So
all
the
got
original sin did not get
not
erased
an
then if no one's in Eden.
But they were
fruit.
not
They
told,
ate a fruit.
Hold on. They were not told not to eat of the fruit. Adam was. Adam was the one who created the sin, not Eve.
Yes.
Eve was not.
I never
given
said
it,
Eve. I literally just
you
said they were kicked out.
You attributed. But hold on.
Both of them got kicked out for it. What do you mean?
Hold on,
Stop.
Cheesy. She's just. It's not this. This corrections are not just for you. Like sometimes we're doing it so the audience also understands what's being said, right? So we're just relax, okay? Nobody's yelling at you. Just chill out a minute.
Adam, and I have no voice, so I have to really push it out.
Right.
Adam was told not to eat of the fruit.
Yes.
Eve was not.
Yeah.
The reason why they were kicked out was because Adam ate of the fruit and he did the sin.
Yeah,
not
and he
Eve.
was tempted
So
by
you
his
can,
wife.
so you no. You cannot attribute the sin to they.
But I can
Only
say
one
they. I mean, they were
person-
both kicked out.
Wrong.
Okay, I'm tired of you interrupting people when we're trying to clarify things to you. Listen to your sister in Christ, please.
You don't know what Adam's pronouns were.
Go ahead. And Danny, you haven't been introduced yet.
So you cannot say they committed the sin. Eve never committed the sin because she was not commanded not to eat of the fruit. Only Adam was. So even you telling that story tells me that you have a vast misunderstanding of what even took place. You have a vast misunderstanding. What everyone on the panel has been bringing out with these scriptures, yes, they are correct. I can't give answers to that. Like, listen, if I'm the one that says I don't see it, I guess I'm guilty of that, right? Because I did not even know about these scriptures they're bringing up. It does not invalidate their questions because that is inhumane. That is crazy that this is commanded, right? You should be able to acknowledge that as a decent human being. It doesn't diminish my faith by me saying that.
Right.
It's like, yeah, that's really fucked up. I don't know why that's there. I can't explain it. And then we move on with the conversation.
Okay. I was trying to explain Adam and Eve, and you jumped back into what we were talking about before.
All right, well,
and we did move on from it. We're on,
Then let's just go back to what we were talking about of the original sin.
Verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yeah, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. Eve said this to the serpent. So yes, she was told too not to eat of that tree.
No, Adam told her
that.
Not God.
Adam told her
because
that,
Adam told her not to eat of the tree
But
because God commanded
the
us
point
not to.
was that God never told her that. Adam did. That's literally the whole point. You're saying that God told them. God told Adam.
Okay,
Adam
let me
told
rephrase
Eve.
it. Let me rephrase it then. God told Adam to not eat of the tree of good knowledge, of good and evil. And then he told Eve, and Eve went around and ate of the tree and then gave it to Adam. It's right there in the
And
book.
Adam ended up partaking in the fruit with her.
Yes, I never said he didn't. I'm just saying, like, and then you're.
So where's men's punishment?
I'm saying they in a subjective term. They're both kicked out of Eden.
Then
The original sin is being kicked out of Eden.
where's the men's punishment?
We're kind of
for eating
Man's punishment is working until he's dead. What are you? I just
That's
literally
not in
said
the Bible.
that.
It's not. Well, first.
What are you doing?
Stop.
It is in the Bible.
Tay, stop.
It's not.
Stop.
It's in the Bible.
Stop. We're going for a field of what I was originally asking you a bit, and we'll get to this man-woman punishment thing in just a moment because I do want to talk about that. But again, Jesus washed away the original sin, so why are you still getting the punishments of it?
Because we don't pay for it until we're dead.
He literally died to pay for it. That was literally the point.
Humanity itself, the reason, listen, we die. Humans, we die. We turn to dust. We come from dust.
Post-death judgment is not what I'm talking about. I don't care about your post-death judgment. That has to do with the sins that you commit in your lifetime. I am talking about Jesus died to wash the sins of humanity as a whole at the time. If that is the case, why are you still being punished for the original sin? I don't give a fuck about what you're doing during your life or what happens after you die and deal with those sins. I'm talking about the original sin you're still being punished for, even though Jesus somehow, supposedly, washed that away.
Because we got kicked out. You know,
oh my God,
it was supposed to be a perfect
Oh my God.
garden. We got kicked out.
Holy shit.
We're still punished for it because we're not in the Garden of Eden no more. We're still punished for it.
That is part of the punishment. That's not the why. That's not the why. That's still the punishment.
Okay,
we were
let's
told
back
not
up. Let's
to
back
do
up. Cheesy,
something, we didn't listen, and so now Earth is fucked because of it, and that's.
And Jesus washed that away.
Yes.
You keep missing that point.
Hold on, Cheesy. Here's what I think is missing. Cheesy. What were the punishments? Let's go down what the punishments were, because I feel like you're not getting it. The punishments you said was men working until they unalive, women having pregnancy pains. What else was it? It was something else you said that was like super big to it.
I believe I just mentioned birthing pains. I don't.
Okay. If he unalived to wash away those, right? That should mean women should not have no more pregnancy pains, and men should not have to work until unaliving. So why do women still have pregnancy pains, and why do we still work till we unalive? That's what we're asking. Why is those not gone?
Do we still have that? Like those pains.
We're trying to see if you can track.
You just pregnancy pain.
Clearly cannot track.
Women unalive from pregnancy. What do you mean we still have those? Yes.
And part of the
women unalive from childbirth.
On top, hold on. Say, and part of the punishment was being kicked out of the garden. We're not back in the garden, as you said. So we're still being punished for original sin that Jesus supposedly washed away. Why are we being punished for a thing that is supposedly done and gone?
We're being punished for it because it has been committed.
So God never washed away the sin then if you're still being punished for it.
Not that hard. In the end times, that's the thing. But it leads to the end. Like after we die, I understand you don't want to hear, oh, but that's like what you sin, blah, blah, blah. You know, I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is the punishment for original sin was getting kicked out of that Garden of Eden. That was a perfect...
Plus the pregnancy and the working and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Let me just say something real quick. It's the perfect place, right? There was
You've been saying a whole lot of nothing the whole time.
There's nothing going on in that garden besides the naming of the animals, living in peace and harmony.
I'm aware. I've read the story. I know.
Okay?
Right.
The original sin kicked us out.
Right.
Of that garden.
That's part of the punishment. Yeah.
Yes. And they paid
Jesus
for
came
it.
down.
Adam and Eve, they paid for it. They're already dead. They've been gone. And then
no,
their family
the
line,
punishment was
all their family line and all these other.
The punishment was generational, not just for Adam and Eve. It was generational. Everybody got those punishments from thereafter.
Yes.
So again, if Jesus came after that and he washed away the sin, that means the sin no longer exists, right?
No, it doesn't. No, that does not. That's not what that means. The sin is still there.
So then, wait. If I
doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I could be a Christian, right? Believe in Jesus, and He washed away the sin of me murdering someone. It doesn't get rid of the.
So Jesus died for nothing. Thank you for clarifying. Go ahead, Aaron.
Your argument.
I didn't commit the act.
Hold on a
So then
second.
your argument is two things: that Jesus' blood did not do anything because it didn't wipe away the original sin. And two,
you're not going to be judged for
and then
sins. That's the most thing of Jesus Christ.
If we're not going to be judged for it, then we're not going to be punished for it. Why are we still being punished?
Right, and then secondly, you're saying that that sin is transferable because if we are still paying the price of the original sin, and this is why we have to have painful birth. This is why we have to work until we're unalive. Then that means that no matter what we do, sin is just transferable because Adam ate the damn fruit that he wasn't supposed to touch.
I want to jump in real quick right off that, Aaron. So the Jewish understanding, if you read Genesis 4:7, the Lord speaks to Cain and says, if you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It has desires to have you, but you must rule over it. So you can master over sin, because in the Jewish view, you are born with a sin nature, just as much as you are born with a nature to do good. And when they say that man has, the inclination to do sin, means that you have the ability to sin, and you can do things like make sacrifices and create what they call like korban with the god through sacrifices in the temple. There's also, you can do it by acts. You can do, there's like a whole like spiel that the Torah, like in the Talmud, gets into on this term called Yetzer Hara, which is just man's like evil sin nature. Original sin is a kind of like a post-Paulian kind of concept that falls within this salvation like narrative.
Yep.
And if you look back into Genesis 3, where is it at? 17. And unto Adam he said,
3:16 and 3:17 go along with 4.
Voice of thy wife, and has eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat. Cursed is the ground, for thy sake in sorrow shalt thou eat of it all days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat of the herb of the field. In the sweet.
We know the scripture. Go ahead, Gemini.
I was just about to say, because we just got through that. So so did you concede that nothing got washed away? Or I'm so confused because you just jumped to a different topic now. Back to
when they ate of the fruit. You guys are asking about Adam. Like, what did Adam get? out of this?
Cheesy.
No,
Benny
that's
was
not-
bringing something up to you, and you were not fucking listening.
Yeah. Okay. So original sin. When they ate of the fruit, they learned of the knowledge of good and evil, right?
Yes.
So
Yes,
we
the
have a
choice in the
nature
Bible.
as man, Adam, eating the
Yes.
apple, or whatever
It came
fruit
after
it
the
was.
fact, but yes,
has an inclination to both good and evil.
Yes.
Now, the term Yetzer Hara in Hebrew is talking about that. You know, like it's actually taken straight from Genesis, from the actual Hebrew. But that regardless, what I mean is that the Jewish view of it is that sin is something that we have to overcome.
Yeah.
It is not something that you are born with. It is not something that you cannot overcome and you need somebody else to do something for you. It is meant for you to struggle with God, Israel, or wrestle with God, which is what Israel means, right? And figure that out.
I agree with that.
Okay. To answer that, yes. Yes, we do struggle with sin. That's why I say the original sin was eaten of the apple. We didn't have, the knowledge of it before the apple was bitten into. So
still haven't answered my question.
It's not an apple.
Then why didn't God tell Cain?
Fruit, it don't matter. I'm just saying apple
It does
because
matter. Words matter.
fruit.
It doesn't specify that it's a fucking apple.
In
An apple's a
Genesis
fruit, is it
4:7,
not?
why does
Okay.
God tell Cain that
Apples
he
didn't
can
grow in
overcome?
that region, Malakia. If anything, it would have been a fucking fig because when they actually
then
ate
it's a
the
fig. It's
goddamn
fine.
fig, they were covering themselves in fucking fig leaves. God
Okay,
damn
cool,
it.
Cool.
My point
Anywho,
though is
back to what
why
Benny
would
was
God
saying.
tell Cain? Why would God tell Cain that you are able to overcome this sin, that you can master it? When if you have original sin, there's nothing to master, right?
Okay, so when I say original sin, it is literally the after eating the apple or fruit, fig, whatever the hell it is. Don't get
It's a
mad
fucking
because I call it
fig.
an apple. Whatever, fig.
Because
the
words
fruit.
matter. It doesn't tell you that it's an apple in the book.
Okay, that's fine. I apologize.
In my eyes, what you're saying is that man was given original sin, and then he should have also been given original benevolence.
No,
because
no.
they ate
What I'm
from the
saying
tree
here-
of good and evil, right?
Yes, the knowledge of good and evil. They had no
Right,
knowledge
so-
of what was good or what was evil, good or evil. And
So
then
man
after
has an
eating that-
inclination towards both. Now they call the inclination towards sin Yetzer Hara, which means it's straight from you chose to eat or you have now the inclination of evil or something like that. I don't
Yes.
know what it means.
You have the temptation
Exactly.
of doing evil.
But you have the same to do good. You can overcome sin. If you have original sin, you are now cursing people to be born with this thing that the Jewish people did not believe in. They
in their
literally
book.
the
It
whole
is literally
point
in their book.
is that they are saying you can overcome these things. That you can
yeah,
wrestle with God. That God may command things that sound awful and terrible and stuff, but you can say no.
Yeah. No one said you couldn't say no to God.
So my question still remains. If Jesus wiped away original sin, why are you still receiving the punishment for it if you're not supposed to be judged on it anymore?
Because judgment comes after everything was done and said.
Judgment came already. That's why you have a punishment.
I think Benny Boy had it right when he said original sin was more that it's within your nature to possibly sin. Not that you're inherently born with sin.
Well, those are they're fundamental differences between the Jewish faith and the Christian faith, right? So the Christian faith,
that's
as we know it,
Catholicism has original sin.
the Christian faith as we know it, though, with this like salvation narrative, is that you are born with original sin, that you are guilty, you are deserving of whatever punishment, chaos, whatever. Yeah, and Jesus is here to come and
Save us,
absolve
yes.
you of this sin, to judge you. All right, so that doesn't exist though in the Jewish like view. The view is that you are
the New
born with a
Testament,
sin
they don't have
nature.
a New Testament in Judaism. That is correct.
You've heard that term, right? Though you're born with a
It's
sin
more than
nature.
that. Their fundamental understanding of the Old Testament is completely different than y'all's.
Yeah, they have.
It is my belief. Sorry, it's my belief that
No, that's
Jesus
fine.
was following. He was a Judaizer. He was a Jew. Jesus followed what the Jewish people taught. So he believed in the sin nature, not in this original sin.
Yes.
All right. So please answer my question. If Jesus washed away the sin, why is the punishment still happening? Because that means that judgment has already been carried out if they're being punished for it already. So how is it he washed it away if you're still receiving the punishment?
Okay, so it's like, okay, let me try to frame this in a way that is easier for me and you. Okay, let's say, Jesus Christ, right? He washes away the sins, right? He washes them away in the sense to where you don't have to worry about them no more. And that when Judgment Day does come and you live, believing in him, you will not suffer damnation in hell or separation from God. Because hell is not fire and brimstone.
You're
It
not
is
answering my
separation.
question. You're still not answering my question. You're
It's
still
not going
talking.
He washes it away to where you don't have to worry about being judged for it.
But you do, because you've already been. Hold on,
because we were
stop,
set on earth.
cheesy, stop. Again, he already gave the judgment. This is not a post-death judgment. Original sin was already judged, hence the punishment they received.
Yes.
So again, why are you receiving punishment for a thing that you're supposed to be washed away or forgiven for? This has nothing to do with after death. So don't bring that up again. It has nothing to do with it.
It kind of does.
No, it really doesn't, because specifically God already judged. God handed out punishment. God already judged, handed out the punishment. You're still suffering from that punishment,
still living
even
it, yeah.
though Jesus gave you the forgiveness for those sins.
Okay, here, I'll explain it like this. If you unalive someone and get caught by the cops, all right, and you go to jail for that, you're still going to get punished for it, but you could still, like, oh my God, dude,
The reason why you are confused is because you're breaking down toxic theology.
It's because I'm getting bombarded by six different people.
It's been me in the same question for a while now.
Please let me speak without interruption. The reason why you're struggling is because you're deconstructing toxic theology. Because what you just said, your belief is not what Jesus said. Matthew 25, starting in 31 to the end of the chapter, it tells you what you need to do to get into heaven. Toxic theology tells you just have to believe and live a sinless life. Well, there's no such thing as a sinless life except through Jesus, right? He's the only person that was sinless according to the scriptures, right? But Matthew 25 tells you when he separates the sheep from the goats. Jesus said that there will be plenty that said that they healed, they cast out demons, they did things in my name, and I would say, depart from me, I know you not. Matthew 25:31, the least of these. This is when he talks about separating the sheep from the goats. When he brings all the tribes together, all the kingdoms, and he said those who heal the sick, feed the poor, welcome in the migrant, visit those in prison. Those are the stipulations that he gives us unto who is going to go into heaven. But this is not taught in toxic theology. It's taught that you have to be damn near perfect and live a blameless life. That is not what Jesus, who we as Christians, our belief system is based on. His teachings and his commands, it's not what we're supposed to be looking at or doing. But if you are trying to use theology to control people, to make them bend to your will, you will teach them only about sin and only about these things. That's why you're struggling up here.
I believe the inclination of good is pronounced Yatzer Hatva.
Right. I feel like we're kind of just talking.
That's
past
actually
each
pretty
other.
cool.
I think we're.
I want to
kinda-
clarify on Dugald's question of what do you
Hata,
mean?
sorry.
Why are we still suffering by original sin?
All right, I'll get to that in 1 second. The cat. We had one person before you. Cheesy, I do appreciate you coming. I think we're kind of just hit a wall at this point. Come back again. We can talk.
That believes
I've actually had a
in
good
the
time with you up
Son
until some frustrating
shall
points.
everlasting life. God bless you guys.
Have a good one.
Amen.
All right.
Zeus bless you.
Shalom.
Okay.
Anubis bless you.
All right, guys. I got to remember to do this since that's the whole
May
reason.
your scales be even.
Happy agreed to co-host tonight. So, Danny, I have a couple questions really quick before we get into things. First and foremost, are you over 21?
Yes.
Perfect. Tell me what topic you came up for.
C. If you don't have a uterus, you don't get a say.
All right, perfect. And then this is going to sound like a kind of a weird question, but it's more about trying to figure out a best way to communicate with you.
No, it's all good.
All right, so when you're at home and you're just thinking stuff to yourself, just about whatever, you're just thinking, right? Do you think in pictures or do you have an internal monologue that's just words and you're just talking?
Probably just internal dialogue.
Okay, perfect. So that means a full, a deeper conversation is probably easier because we don't have to frame it in a way that you have to picture it, right? So, all right. So, Happy, you haven't talked in a while. Do you want to take one?
Yeah, sweet happy Jesus. You still there with us, darling?
I know we've kind of really spent a long time on the other one.
No, I'm still here.
All right. Do you want to take one since you haven't gotten to talk a while? I asked him. He thinks in an internal monologue, by the way.
Oh, okay. So, which question is it that you've come up to answer?
Danny came up for C.
C. If you don't have a uterus, you don't get a say in AB. Do you agree or disagree with the sentiment?
I disagree.
Okay, why is that?
Because human beings in general, I think, have the bandwidth to make decisions not just based on sex or gender.
What does that have to do with AB?
Because it's.
Do you understand what AB is? It's short for something, a word that we generally aren't.
Yeah.
Okay.
So essentially, that statement is saying that if you don't have a uterus, you can't make a decision based on that.
Right. So I don't understand how your statement equates to and how that answers that question. Can you explain?
I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking me to clarify. I think that
So you disagree. You feel that you should have a say as a man. You should
think
have
that
a say
correct
in whether or not.
Really quick, guys. Handsome, we'll bring you in just a minute. We kind of try to do one at a time at the moment. So just let them have their conversation. We'll get to you after we get to the cat there, okay?
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
So you do feel that as a man you should have a say. What reason is it that you feel that you, who will never have to carry a child, will never have to bear the risk of having to carry a child, will never have to experience the pains that go with a child, with carrying a child? Why do you have a say in whether or not a woman makes that choice?
Well, because I think that to reduce the child's life to a 9-month period of time is very reductionary. I think when we're talking about bringing a life into the world, it should be looked at in its entirety, meaning the actual life of that to be child.
The child is generally not alive at that point, right? It is attached. If it was separated, it wouldn't survive.
I mean, that's a totally different subject and a totally different
outside of
debate.
medical intervention, there's no way that child would survive. That's why it's called a fetus. Hell, for the most of the pregnancy, you can't tell the difference between a fetus of a human and a fetus of a fish. So
I wouldn't disagree, but I mean,
Dolphin, but yes.
I think the science is pretty concrete at this point that life starts at conception.
the science doesn't say that. That is no, 1 second, Hanji. Science does not say that in any capacity.
It wasn't me. That was Aaron.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Aaron. There's no scientific paper that says life starts at conception. That is a religious worldview. Science doesn't speak to that in any regard, actually, at this point, except for that thing is not capable of surviving outside of the womb on its own. That is 100% a religious view. You don't have to conflate science
just to
with religion.
avoid super cliche talking points. I mean, my children still to this day, if left to their own devices, wouldn't survive. So I think that's a
fair
pretty cheap argument.
That's a fair parental statement. I feel the same way about mine half the time, and they're in their 20s, but it's not the same thing, right? Like you know what I'm saying. You do know what I'm saying, right? If the fetus is removed, it cannot survive.
Right, but that can be said about my 7-year-old.
I raised you the example of Adriana Smith. Woman was pregnant, 9-week-old fetus. 9-week-old fetus. Woman was brain dead, and they kept her on life support, mechanically keeping her alive so that the fetus can become viable. That fetus is now a baby, is now long-term care, won't be coming home for years. So many developmental issues, not breathing on its own, because when you are pregnant, the brain has to send signals to the fetus of how to develop. That was not happening during this case. So according to you, you thought that 9-week-old fetus was a baby. Then why didn't they take that 9-week-old fetus out of the mother's body, hook it up to a machine, and then let it grow if it was alive?
I think you're taking a lot of leaps in logic.
No, I'm not. I'm taking you.
not.
No,
That's exactly
I'm not.
what happened.
I am not.
This is a literal
Danny,
case.
I'm literally taking your argument and meeting you there.
And mind you,
They had to remove
the fetus.
You don't know.
no.
Because one thing I just ended this conversation, you don't know my belief system. You don't know if I'm pro-life or pro-choice.
Yeah, nor do you know mine.
All I did was met you at your point and give you a real life example.
Okay.
So, all right.
Go ahead. Trump supporter, bro.
I just
Stop
want to
playing this
add
game.
to that the reason why the fetus
I'm actually
was
not.
removed at the time it was is because she had decayed so much that it was the life of the fetus at that point was in jeopardy, and that's why they took it at 20-something weeks.
Okay. So if you set aside the dangers to the life of the mother, then
She was
you're
already dead, Danny.
Well,
That's what Aaron is saying. She was already dead. She was decomposing.
okay.
She was hooked up to a machine.
So as somebody who worked in organ and tissue donation, what goes into keeping a body alive for a transplant, which typically the longest we have had done was 5 days, because the minute that somebody becomes brain unalived, the body begins to break down, regardless if you're hooked up onto machines or not. So what goes into it is it's not just being on a machine. You have to control body temperature. You have to regulate blood sugar. You have to provide nutrients. You have to regulate breathing. And a lot of times what happens is when somebody's intubated, there's a lot of chest infections that happen. So then you're regulating sepsis and all sorts. There's so much that goes into it, and the body still breaks down.
Like, can I just say, Danny, that it's
Yeah.
kind of ironic how we're giving you this situation, real life situation, where you can actually look up news reports. Her family's still trying to fight for the rights to her body still. But with that being said, it's kind of funny how you're more focused on the fetus. But what about the woman who
That's what I
already
was about to
passed?
say,
What
Hanji.
about her already here son that she left behind under the age of 15?
Okay. She was
What about
dead.
them?
She had
Are you
passed.
pro-life or pro-women at all, or are you just pro controlling women's bodies?
No,
Yeah, I
no,
was
I'm
actually
not.
about to try to.
I'm not.
I
Go
was
ahead.
about to try to bring it back because what we're talking about now is the pro-life debate, which is not the. While it's a poignant question, it's not the particular question. Why do you feel like you have a say within how a woman
Because
chooses?
they've always been this way, sweet. That's why. Because white Christian conservative men in this country have
I
been at the
understand.
head of.
I was gonna say I understand, but I do want to hear what his thoughts are and why he feels he
I'm
has.
not
We've
white
been, we've
Christian
been
or
going in circles with
conservative.
this guy since
I'm
I've
not
been up
white
here.
Christian or conservative, so I don't know what you're talking about. But
Who'd you vote for, bro?
what?
Like I said, let's not play this game. Who'd you vote for?
I didn't.
Let's stay on topic. Go ahead, sweet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
also,
I didn't.
his
I
voting
didn't.
choice wasn't the question, regardless, right?
Yeah,
So-
and I didn't. I didn't vote. Actually, I think Trump is an abomination. Actually, but that's besides the point.
yeah, that's a different question.
Yeah.
So yeah, bringing it back. Why do you feel that you, in particular, you, have a
Right.
say in how a woman chooses to handle her body's health in regards to this topic? Right? Isn't this like something where you'll never be affected by it in that capacity?
Well, no, that's not true.
You're just
I think
you're
the
just the
simplest
seed donor.
I think the simplest answer would be that if I were to be responsible for that child's life, at least monetarily, if nothing else, if the AB was not performed, then I should have a say in whether or not that AB is performed at all.
That's only potentially, right? Only potentially you're responsible. You could just as easily go out and get a pack of smokes and a gallon of milk and not show up tomorrow. So again, why?
Well, yeah, that's true, but I would also obviously have child support and can be arrested. I mean, the responsibility does not end.
Not necessarily. That's only if a woman sues for that. That's only if a woman sues
And
for
even
that.
even then, Dugald, you could just as easily leave the country. You
Right.
can just disappear into the background. You can take jobs that are off the books.
Danny, do you weigh in? Do you weigh in?
A job off the books doesn't absolve you of back
But they
jobs.
can't. My point being is they can't track you that way. So,
What does that have to do with
One thing I really wanted to ask Danny is you've been focusing a lot on the fetus. The one thing I really have you ever looked into things that happen to a woman during pregnancy and how dangerous pregnancy is for women? Like every pregnancy is dangerous. And have you ever looked into like the number one cause of unalivement for pregnant women is homicide from typically their partner?
Yep.
And not even just that, but also the actual ailments that happen when it comes to it. Like it is extremely dangerous for a woman to be pregnant.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, there are a lot of things that are dangerous that we do every day. That doesn't mean that men shouldn't be part of the decision making process.
So then I feel men should pay child support from the moment the fetus is conceived. Starting at 4 weeks. Seeing as no, because a woman no, because you want to sit here and say that we're not allowed to have an abortion. Guess what? You're not allowed to run with the tail between your legs and fucking flee and never come back. You helped make that baby, start paying. Because them doctor's visits are not cheap.
I don't disagree with that, actually. I think that's a fair point. Yeah. I do.
If that's a fair point,
He's not
then,
getting it.
No, if that's a fair point, then Happy Ed, you can jump in with me on this one if you want. If that's your stance, then you should be more suited and more favorable to the idea of mandatory vasectomies at the age of 12 or when they hit puberty, because that can be reversed, and then that would guarantee no more abortions, because then they couldn't have a baby until they were planning one.
Honestly, I'm not opposed to that either. To be honest with you, I think that it's easily reversible. I think that I don't think that's totally a crazy thought, to be honest.
I appreciate that because most pro-lifers do not
Yeah, they don't like that at all.
like that at
Hey,
all.
Doug, I've been up here for like 10 minutes without a chance to talk. This guy has a 4-person troll account. He's rage baiting.
Handsome.
But
Whether
he's
that's
not
true or
rage
not,
baiting right now.
Thank you. See you later. It's okay.
No,
Handsome.
I
whether
just
that's
never go
true
on
or not,
TikTok.
you don't-
I'm not trolling. I'm hearing good things.
Danny, 1 second, and Handsome decided to leave. But for any guest who feels like they're not getting, enough attention, please understand that everyone gets their time. And if someone is acting respectable on the panel, it may take us a moment to get to an answer with them. If they're acting respectable, you have to wait your turn. If you feel uncomfortable waiting your turn, there are other lives you could go on and hang out with.
And I'm never on TikTok. I saw you on YouTube and just decided to jump over. This is not, I am not here in bad faith.
No, you haven't been
This is honestly a topic that I haven't really parsed out yet in my head. So I thought that I would jump in and have a little back and forth.
We haven't felt that you've been super disrespectful or anything. Do we get a little passionate about shit? Yeah, we do. But like, it's never been like you specifically.
Same here.
Yeah.
I know I made a couple of comments unmuted, but I was just being impatient. I'm not trying to attack anybody.
No, I got you.
Usually when I bring up the whole child support thing, they get pissy. They get pissy.
No, I think that's a huge problem. I think that the lack of responsibility, especially for men, it's disgusting. And I think the effects that birth control have on a woman's body, excuse me, are more of a reason that vasectomy should be more widely used.
Yeah,
I
personally,
agree because my son was a birth control baby. On the
personally,
pill.
I'm of the mindset that there just shouldn't be a law for or against it, period. I think it should just literally be like it was with Roe v. Wade as a guide, where it just said it's between that woman and her doctor and whoever else she chooses to include in that. Now, should she include the man because he helped make it? Sure, but that's a personal decision, because here's the thing: not all men are good men, and not all men are worth the time to give that information to.
I know that's right.
I know plenty of women who have had one and then broke up with that person after they had it because that person was not the person they think should be dads, good fathers.
And I think the same could be said about women weaponizing children against fathers too.
And here's the thing: I'm not saying that doesn't happen on occasion, but I'm going to tell you now that that's fewer and far between than most other scenarios that we talk about. But in that scenario, it's not right for a woman to weaponize a child any more than it is for a man to weaponize a woman being pregnant to bring that child. I don't think that's right either way. So,
and if we're all going to be honest, the courts are so lopsided when it comes to custody, men's custody of children.
I think that's going to be really dependent on the judge specifically, not the system, because it does tend to favor the mother, but that's only because statistics in general just prove they have to. If men as a whole were better with emotions and taught and were able to raise children better on their own, it might be a more 50-50 shot in that sense.
Wait. You're taking a huge leap there, because
it's literally based on stats.
Well, no, if you look, be careful, because if you look at the very beginning of life for babies, I think that you're 100% correct in that, right? First year of life, it is without a doubt, there is no one more important in that child's life than the mother. Now, as the child gets older, as you look at statistics of single fathers, I think you would be surprised if you did a deep dive on how successful single fathers are.
It's not about whether or not they're successful. I know that single dads, there are a lot of them that are, but what I was talking about was the ones that actually stay, or the ones that actually want to be, or the ones who do right by the children they have with women, even if they're sticking around. Because let's face it, men are not taught very much emotional intelligence in our society. They're taught to suppress emotions, and that the only emotions they're allowed to have are anger and laughter.
Nathaniel, could you please mute up for a moment?
Yeah, we'll get back to you, Nathaniel. I'm glad you came back. Thank you for coming back. But like, if things had changed in that respect, I would agree with you that it should be more divided evenly. But right now the skewing is more about the stats on how men have shown up or what men have done to children statistically. And that's truly where it comes from.
Men have done to children. What is that? What is
So
that?
Statistically,
according to the United States
Yeah.
Sentencing Commission, 84% of the sexual crimes against children are committed by white males. If you look at abuse case, and this is sentencing, not arrest.
And I'm gonna preface that with
Trials
straight
have been sentenced.
straight white men. I'm gonna preface that.
Straight white males,
Yeah.
right. There's GOPpredators.blogspot, where you can go and see men in power, especially those in churches, that are arrested and convicted again of sexual crimes against children. So there's a lot of statistics that back up what Dugald is talking about.
Right. Also, the stats of how many men also are involved with the schmicks and children trafficking trades. Men who are involved, like the primary amount of men that are involved with domestic abuse in general, and as well as the stats about men being the number one unaliver of babies in the womb. So basically, the number one perpetrators of unwanted ABs.
Dougal, do me a favor, please. Can you
Sure.
reset your gift?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Unwanted is a loaded term, right? Because unwanted ABs can only apply to a man. Because if a woman gets an AB, it's obviously wanted. So
No.
let's throw that statistic
No,
right out.
no. What I'm saying is, by unwanted, I'm meaning that he unalives the woman through, or the child through, domestic violence.
Okay. Fair.
Yeah, that's the stat. They're the ones who perpetrate that the most. The number one danger that they come from stats, the number one danger to a mother and her expecting child is their partner, typically a straight white man. And that's just stats. That's not me trying to say that we're like people are awful. That's just literally, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing, but who else would it be? I don't know.
Well, I mean, women don't commit those things against themselves and against other people, and it's not gay people for the most part either, and it's not trans people. So we're pointing out that it's specifically this demographic because
Obviously, it's not gay people. How could what?
my point
Doesn't make any
being
sense.
my point being is that it's specifically straight white men who are doing these things that are the number one perpetrators. That's why these laws are more skewed in the favor of women, because men are known to do these things, or more likely to do these things, because again, our society does not teach emotional intelligence or regulation for men. It teaches them suppression. And it doesn't teach them that they're allowed to be part of the life of the children either. It teaches them they're supposed to go out to work, earn the money, and that's really the only role. Because you know how many men argue that they shouldn't have to do shit after they come home, including help raise children? They think that's primarily the woman's job, because that's, again, what our society teaches. So this is why we're saying that the laws do tend to favor women more, but there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a reason for that, but just how you made the point of how slowly religions can adapt to changes in culture, the same is said for populations at a whole, right? Because of us, what differentiates our generations from all that came before us is, for the first time, the majority of households cannot get by on a single income. So it's changing the entire the entire dynamic of the relationship between men and women when it comes to children.
No, that's an assumption there, because men and women don't. These traditional roles that everybody keeps applying to men and women are only traditional roles because society has forced that upon them. They're not natural necessarily. Many women don't even want kids.
First of all, before the invention and wide use of feminine hygiene products, women didn't enter the workforce not because that's what they were taught, right? Can you see where I'm going with this?
No.
It's not that simple.
Women were part of the workforce since ancient time. What do you mean by that?
Right.
Like
Literally.
I think there's a skewed view due to modern culture in some capacity that prior to the 1960s America, women were never part of the workforce. And they've been part of the workforce for all of history.
Yeah, in a limited role.
No.
What are you talking about?
Women were known as tavern owners, for example, where they ran their own taverns. They would be they would work within blacksmiths as being either assistants or a head blacksmith. I mean, women were part of the workforce.
First of all, that is so anecdotal.
It's not anecdotal. It literally takes 2 seconds. Hold on. It takes 2 seconds for you to go look this up and verify what I'm saying. It takes you 2 seconds to go and look up and verify what I'm saying. So instead of calling it anecdote, you can just go and double check. Women were part of the workforce for all of history. We just have this view.
Yeah, you said a huge. Of course, they were part of the workforce for all of history, but including hunter and gathering, right?
Yeah.
They were actually the major hunter gatherers for some.
They were the major gatherers, dude.
No.
They
were hunter gatherers.
There's a reason that the lion prides and other social species, the women are typically the hunters in all social species except ours.
Right.
Dugald,
in African societies, in African societies, if you look at before slavery, rice cultivation in West Africa, when they brought slaves over to America, because of the rice society and the systems that were there, they brought all the men over. The men didn't do anything. It was the women that created the aqueducts. They were creating the irrigation system. They planted. They did all of this stuff. They had to go back. Hold on, Danny. Hold on.
Okay.
They had to go back and get the women to put these systems in place. I'm giving you an example. They've given you other cultures. Now I'm bringing it to African culture. Black folks. In Africa, it's a matriarchal society. It's not a patriarchal society. That is why there's a lot of strife in the Black community who do not subscribe to traditional patriarchy systems, because by nature, African people who derive from Africa, it's not patriarchal. It's matriarchal. But society is trying to change it to being patriarchal.
Specifically Christianity.
No one's trying to change it. It's that the patriarchal societies thrive. Right?
The only reason you say that is because men have never allowed women to even try.
Oh, wait, what?
You can't say patriarchal societies thrive when matriarchal societies have never had the chance to thrive. You can't say they wouldn't thrive because you don't know. They've never been one.
And we can look at now what's happening now with the rollback of DEIA, with the rollback of highly of fields that are highly populated by women, that they are no longer considered professional. Why is that? Because women are doing it by themselves. They are making more money than men, and they are climbing the career ladder faster than men. So what do you do when hold on, Danny.
I said I don't disagree.
What do you do when you have a threat to the patriarchal society? You break down every system that has been in place for consideration of others than just white males, because white males are losing out and they don't like actually having to compete. So you get rid of DEIA, you get rid of funding, you try to roll back the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which prevented discrimination for everybody. So you can go back to the standard it was before, where it was white males, so they can stop feeling inferior.
The only part of that statement that I disagree with is that they don't like to compete. Otherwise, I don't have a huge disagreement.
Then if they don't like to compete, then why is there this whole movement of don't go to college? Why is there, whenever you see someone of a different race or a woman, you automatically think that they didn't get that job? But when you compare resume to resume, they cannot compete where they don't compare. They aren't learned. They don't have experience, because the way that this society in America was founded was that it was always given to land-owning white men. and then Jacksonian democracy came in, and then poor white men, and then you got women, and then you got immigrants, and then you got people of color, and now that you have all this diversity, it is, and you have skill sets. White men who, if you look at statistics, don't go to college. They don't hold higher level degrees at a higher rate. They don't have the experience besides the good old boys club. They are losing out, and it makes them angry. That's why white men fight back is so popular right now.
Prime example of what you said, Aaron. Kamala Harris. Everything she did, they accused her of sucking a dick to get it.
Dude, are you sharing a brain cell right now, Dugald? Because I was literally about to mention Kamala Harris. She is She is an accomplished district attorney. And look.
Who was elected into most of her positions, but they still said she did suck a dick.
She was elected into her position. Here's the thing. Would I have preferred a different candidate? Sure. But I'm not going to sit there and bash her for
She was
her
definitely a good candidate.
She was a good candidate. I have my.
We're not saying you, Danny. We're not saying you. We're just saying this is an example of what
I literally said you.
We're not saying you.
She's colloquially. He's saying generalized. He's not meaning you specific because we know you didn't vote for Trump. You're fine.
I don't know if I ever gave you my reason behind why I would have preferred a different candidate. I think I might have on a different panel of yours. It was strictly to make sure that we got the vote. Because I already know how the moderates love to vote. Someone like Kamala, they were going to do the wrong thing and lose their heads. Kamala, sorry, and lose their heads, and boom, there we go. We are where we are today. That was my only reason. Other than that, she was fully qualified, and it was just pragmatic.
Yeah,
that was my only reason.
Also, I want to add on to something that Aaron said a little earlier. It's like, yes, a lot of white men, it's like they don't pursue higher college, but most of the time, the ones that do it because of connections, not because of hard work and merits.
Yeah, very good example of that is Mr. Trump himself. He was a terrible student according to, everybody who ever knew him in his college life.
Yeah.
And yet he still went to an Ivy League school and still has an Ivy League degree that most people would only dream of having.
Yep. It's not what you do, who you know.
Pay your way to the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was rich.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. But that's what we mean. There's never been a matriarchal society that we can pit up and say, yes, this was successful, because men have either wiped it out or they never allowed it to come to fruition to begin with. Like, there's never been a chance. So you can't say that patriarchal societies thrive, considering all war is male ego, a man being pissed off about something stupid or wanting something somebody else has that doesn't belong to them, right? So no, society's not successful or flourishing because of man. It's actually in many ways set back, especially considering religion is heavily patriarchal, and that is one of the biggest things that holds us back from progress.
What religions are patriarchal?
Christianity, all the Abrahamic ones.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I mean, there's an argument to be made that Judaism is.
It's less so, but not really, because the Old Testament was still very, very misogynistic. And that is still where they get a lot of their stuff from. So, yeah, we can argue that.
Why do you think that might have been?
What's that?
Because they were bigots.
Bigots? Oh my God, man! It's really hard. I mean, obviously, I just think at some point that when you're talking about a country that was founded by white men, and then to say that it's only successful because they held women back is a little bit disingenuous.
It's not, though, when that is literally what's happened. Like, if that weren't happening, and I said if that weren't happening, and I said that, I would agree with you. But that's actually happened and is happening now. So you can't say suppression of women.
In what way are women suppressed?
Well, first of all, their rights change state to state in this country based on
Are
what
we not just
men
talking about
think.
AB
Yeah,
originally?
right.
Hello?
Based on what men think they should do with their bodies.
No, Danny, what you're not understanding is that your
Don't
choice
talk to me in
earlier
that
is
condescending tone. You.
me what? Daminismo malakia. Go ahead, say it.
And she wasn't being
Anyway,
condescending. She was trying to
I
explain to you and you were
wasn't.
talking over her.
Now, it's kind of funny how you say that, but yet the main topic that you came up here on was how men should have a say-so in women's bodies. That is a form of suppression because you're not letting them have a voice or choice over their own fucking pussy. Hello?
In favor of a thing that you don't even know nor have met nor have any idea about. So that's what we're talking about. Women are suppressed, especially in many countries. Here, it's through a lot of ways. Women still are not paid equally to men for equal work. There's still the gender wage gap that exists there. Sexual harassment is still a problem. Women are still not okay to report their SAs and other abuses. Why? Because of men that don't believe them and tell them they're lying because they side with other men. Women's rights and women's ability to live is constantly under attack. I don't know a single woman that has not had some form of sexual harassment or sexual violations against her. Assaults.
Danny, are you?
Hey, who's muting me? Don't mute me. I'm the one having the conversation. You don't think that you don't think that men that are SA'd in this country, you're
the
saying
number
that
of people SA'd in this country are primarily women by men.
you have no idea what that number is.
We do actually. We do know that number. There are actual stats about that you can easily look up.
Listen to me for a second.
Here's the
brother.
stat right here. Here's the
No,
stat
no.
right here.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on with the stats for a second.
Danny?
You're
No.
talking about statistics. That means it's something that was
right here.
reported. Listen.
Not
listen
just
to what I'm saying
reported. They're
before you throw that graph in my face. You're giving
I just
me a
did
graph.
cry about that.
No, I'm not going to cry. I'm
You're
asking
crying
you
right
to
now.
listen to me first. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Danny, Danny,
Those are reported. Those are reported incidents. Okay. If you don't think that there's a societal pressure on men that are SA'd not to talk about it, then you're having the wrong argument because it is It is absolutely.
You're right.
As a man, do you mind if I step in?
We're not saying that, smart one.
But the number of men who are being abused, whether you're talking about reported or not, we know based on the number of people that talk about it after the fact, even if they don't officially report it, they still tell friends, they still tell family. These things are things that are looked at as well. Also, from the tendencies of the people that would do the graping, right? They still understand the stats on those specific people and their other violent tendencies, right? So we do understand that men as a whole are not graped to the same amount that women are. We also know that men are often the more likely to perpetrate said grapes. Very few women
I don't
grape.
disagree at all.
Right.
I don't disagree.
So
I just
none
think
of
the
this,
number is
none of
extremely skewed, and I think the statistics
it's still a
are way
male
off on it.
majority,
And we can
it's-
tell, and we know that because in same-sex relationships, especially in lesbian relationships, the numbers skyrocket. So what does that tell you?
The
That
numbers
means
of
that
what
there's a lot of
skyrocket?
men-
The numbers
What,
of what
excuse me?
skyrocket?
The numbers of reported domestic violence incidents.
You know
skyrocket.
that doesn't have to do with the fact that they're women. It has to do with the fact that
Of course it does.
no, it doesn't, because the domestic violence.
What other variable
because
would be?
domestic violence laws don't always, because of bigotry, recognize same-sex DV as being the same as straight couple DV, because to them A fight between two women is a fight between two women. It is not necessarily considered domestic violence or domestic abuse.
So right.
Stop. Stop. This is, you're not listening to my point. I am not done with my point. I'm not done with my point.
I'll let you finish.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Okay.
I mean, he's
So,
the host.
right. So men who have more of a tendency to carry out these types of things, the usual thing that holds them back from being an even larger perpetrator than they already are is their fear of the laws that are against them for doing such a thing, because statistically they're going to be more likely. I would guarantee you, if that the law were changed, laws were looked at and evaluated the same, and that the two women in a lesbian relationship were still seen as DV instead of just two fights between two women, I can guarantee you the numbers will go back down the same as they are with the rest of society who sees it that way.
Whoa. So you're saying that the numbers of lesbian DVs is down because they don't count them as DVs.
I didn't say they were down. I said they were. No, that's not what I said. I said they would go down if the law were evaluated the same as it is for a straight couple. Because again, two lesbians in a domestic violence situation is seen as two women having a fight, not a partner beating on a weaker, more submissive partner, as in DV is often pictured.
Okay.
Right.
And put that to the side. Let's say all that is correct, and I'll grant that to you. Then why then is the spike in DVs on same-sex couples, lesbians in particular, why the spike then?
I told you, because the law is not seen the same.
No, listen, if it's a DV, it's a DV. There's a spike in that
Not by
number.
the law. That's what I'm telling
What are
you.
you talking about?
I just told you, the law does not see two women. The law does not see two women in a relationship, in a domestic violence situation, as DV. Domestic violence.
No,
it
I'm
sees it as
telling
two
you
women
that
fighting.
The DVs are up. So even if you take the two women fighting that aren't counted in the survey or aren't counted in the report, the DVs in lesbian relationships are still up.
Just
There's still
explained
a spike.
that. If you were listening, you would heard me.
No, I
told
heard
you.
exactly what you
No, you didn't, because you're making the
Yes,
argument
I
that
did.
I've already answered.
No.
You literally
You're not.
just repeated an argument that I've already answered.
No, you're saying that it's not counted as DV.
No, that's
Because it's
not
just
all I
looked
said. I said the reason that they are up among
I didn't want to have to repeat
the reason they are up with lesbians, the reason is up with lesbians is because the law is not seen the same for lesbian couples as it is for straight people.
So then what? So then what is it seen? If it's not a DV, then what is it?
I just told you it's literally just seen as two women fighting, the same as it would be if it's two men in a bar.
Time out. So if the DVs were added to just the two women fighting, are you saying that would be a lower number than already counted?
No,
DVs?
I'm saying if the law saw it the same across the board, then the numbers of DV would go down, because there would be fear of retribution in a lot of areas that is not there currently, because the abusive people are not held to the same standard as the straight couples are currently held to.
So if for the DVs that are counted in this study, that are spiking, that are being held accountable to the laws of this country, why then
What's the number of ones that are held to that responsibility? Because what you're giving me is number of reported, what they're claiming is DVs, but which ones were actually, how many of them were prosecuted and charged as actual DVs?
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Oh my fucking
Bitch, you brought it up.
Are you
Dugald, let me
serious?
get big screen. I got the fucking percentages here.
Serious?
Go ahead.
Was I not clear? Hold on, before you get it,
Motherfucker,
was
you
I
don't
not
tell me
clear?
shit.
One in the chat if I was in any way confusing.
Honey, you were crystal clear.
Okay.
Crystal fucking clear.
That's what
Okay.
happens when you
Now-
do research over research.
Right.
You don't really read it. You're just a headline.
Lifetime lifetime prevalence of IPV in LGB couples appeared to be similar to or higher than heterosexual ones. 61.1% of bisexual women, 43.8% of lesbian women, 37.3% of bisexual men, and 26% of homosexual men experience IPV during their life, while 5% of heterosexual women and 29% of heterosexual men experience IPV. When episodes of severe violence were considered, prevalence was similar or higher for LGBT adults, bisexual women, 49.3%, lesbian women, 29.4%, homosexual men, 16.4%, compared to heterosexual adults, women, 23.6%, heterosexual men, 13.9%. And it's kind of funny because bisexual women, what? Like dick and pussy, bitch. So it's not even counting in the fact that the bisexual women were probably with fucking men. Hello? Okay, I'm done.
Why do I keep getting muted? What the heck? Who? This is.
I'm muting you.
Why?
I'm muting you because you don't know how to shut the fuck up and let people talk.
I've been very. This is a back and forth. We've been very respectful. What are you talking about?
You haven't been respectful to me. I'm just giving you the same energy you've been giving me. You don't like it, do you?
What? No, I don't have any problem with it. I don't. You can give whatever energy you want, but to mute someone.
Okay, then stop complaining.
It's not like I'm not asking.
Then
I'm not
stop
letting you
complaining.
talk. What do you mean?
Because
who's
like
complaining? You're muting. That would be.
she was trying to give you the stats when you were trying to just tell me no, when I literally already answered this for you several times, and you kept repeating the argument that I had already addressed.
Well, and again, I'm going to go back to that, and I know we don't have to relitigate this, but again, those are reported instances. Again, the stats that you pull up are reported instances. I know you don't believe, you think that the reported incidences would go down if they classified it the same way, which is ambiguous, and we don't know that that's 100% fact. But I think that they would go up.
Why would they go up if the law made it
We agree
equal?
to disagree. What's that?
Why would they go up if the law made it equal?
Because the incidences that are not classified as DV would be lumped in with the incidences that are classified DV, which would make that go up. That number would go up. If you take two separate categories and put them together, the number would go up. That's my point. But anyway, we don't have to relive that. But
all right.
Gives the source, doesn't want to talk
actually
about the
break
source
even.
anymore.
No, it is actually would break,
no,
break
we can talk
even.
about the we can talk about the
It would
source.
actually be. It would actually break even because the fights, just a regular old fight, would go down. Domestic violence would go up, so it would not be an increase or decrease. It would just be a reclassification.
Yeah.
Well, they're not being reported as DV. That's what we're talking about. So the fact that they're not reported as DV means they're not put into that stat pool, right? And the same thing is reflected
Conceding to Dugald's point.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I
So
didn't
you're
hear you.
conceding to Dugald's point.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not conceding.
You just did.
No.
You pussy popped over to his argument without realizing that you agree with him.
No, I don't agree with him. I'm
You
saying
just
if you add-
did.
If you add the report,
I just asked you. See, that's what happens when you don't listen. Because
I may not have heard you
Dugald's
correctly.
point was
Say it again.
that Dugald's point is that it's classified incorrectly. Basically, just simply put. It.
I need you to repeat. He did what? Because I missed part of it.
He pussy popped over there.
Oh, y'all not heard Aaron use that phrase before?
That's funny.
I hadn't heard that. Thank you. I needed that giggle. Thank you.
Go ahead. Me too. So go ahead. Repeat it. Repeat that. Did you not finish? I think we interrupted you.
Yeah, you basically went all the way. Like, I'm from Georgia. You went around 285 to get back to Dugald's point. Dugald's point was that they're not classified correctly.
Right.
That it would be a regular assault, like assault and battery,
Right.
versus domestic violence.
Right.
So if the laws were applied across the board the same way, then that means that it necessarily would not be an increase in cases. There will be a reclassification. So those cases that were classified as assault and battery would be changed over to domestic violence. It wouldn't be an increase. It would be a correct classification. Right. You said you agree. So you agree with Dugald's point.
Well, I agree. I agree with the fact that let me rephrase. If you reclassified it, I believe that the number would go up.
Well, actually, it's impossible for that to happen because some would be classified as DV and some wouldn't. Yep. So therefore, out of the entire percentage, right, you have 100% of these assault cases, not all 100 would be reclassified as DV.
Right.
Some would, and some would not. Therefore, the number of actual DV would go down. Right now, you're just making an assumption that all those are the equivalent of a DV, where they all may not be the equivalent of a DV. So it would inherently...
Fair enough. But that's a hypothetical, but we don't know the numerator.
It's not a hypothetical because
because we don't know the numerator or the denominator on either of those statistics.
If you have
so
it doesn't matter. It's not hypothetical. Let me explain why. Let me explain why it doesn't matter. If you take a small population of it, take 100 of those cases, there is no universe where all 100 would be classified the same way. Some would be classified as domestic violence and some would not. Therefore, some of that, there would always 100% of the time be a decrease, not an increase. And certainly not even the same number. It would have to, without knowing the numerator and the denominator. So there you go.
And since the law would...
that all 100 would be classified as domestic violence, and that's just not how the law works. The law is not black and white.
Oh, correct. And if we're saying that men, are classified as DV more often, right? That if the classification changed when it pertained to women, that number would go up.
No, here's why I'm saying it wouldn't, because the law, the punishment for said crime, right, for two women fighting versus a DV charge, right, they're very different. The deterrent changes as well. So when they get now, instead of just a fighting crime, right, they get a DV charge, that's going to deter more of the violence that would normally happen without that ability. Because let's face it, no matter what we do, people who'd want to do bad shit are going to want to do bad shit. That's why we have laws to keep them from doing the bad shit. So if you change the classification, you're going to change the punishment. And that is going to also add more deterrence versus more acceptance, which is going to keep those lower.
And that's a fair point. But if we look at the recorded DV amongst lesbian couples currently, it's clearly not a deterrent because it is spiking, and it is second to straight men.
Are those? That's why I asked if those were actually convicted as DVs or if those are just self-reported as DVs. Because if we're talking about,
that's information.
Because if we're saying that they're high up now and they're all DV, then that's just a self-report, unless they're talking about the convicted ones. That's what would make that a difference.
Correct. And I would argue that if we're talking about self-reports versus convictions, I would argue that men are way less likely to self-report than in a circumstance like that because of societal pressure and stigma. So we could argue both of them, but anyway, just so it doesn't get into a shouting match. Yeah. But that's where I stand on it.
Okay, I got you. All right, Danny, I appreciate you. I am going to go ahead and drop you down. Thanks for hanging out and talking for so long and not taking off. We appreciate you, friend.
Yep, you're awesome. Thank you guys, everybody. Bye.
All right, who was next? Was it SCG or was it Menace?
Menace.
All right, Menace, are you over 21?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. And then I have two more questions for you. The first one is, which topic did you come up to talk about specifically? I think I have a hint, but I'll let you tell me.
Yeah, no, letter E.
Okay, and then this might sound like a. What was that, Hanji?
Did he get dropped?
No, he just left. I wanted to move on.
Another slot before him.
Oh no, I was ready to move on. We've been talking to him a while. It was time to move on. All right, this might sound like a weird question, Menace, but this is mostly just so we can kind of try to gear our conversations around this. And and make communication a little easier. When you are just at home by yourself and you're thinking about stuff, do you think in words, or do you think in pictures, or do you think in both?
I think in words.
The thing in words? All right, so you do an internal monologue. So a full in-depth conversation should be okay for you, for us to go through without having to restructure to give you a framework to picture it, basically. To quote Sophia from the Golden Girls, picture it. All right, so you came up for E. What are your first thoughts on what my stance? And then we'll go from that.
Yeah, I wanted to hear what was your position, like why you think that as far as Christianity being bad or God being evil.
Gotcha. All right. So we'll deal with Christianity itself. The reason I say that is because since the very first council, where Christianity became a actual driving force in the world, up until now, including now, it has done a lot of horrible, terrible things. And yes, you could blame the individual Christians. However, the book does also promote the things I'm talking about, right? So I'm talking about G-side, I'm talking about colonization, enslavement, oppression, schmurder, graping, like all of these things that it has done to subjugate and control and or wipe out whole societies and cultures since it started, and is still continuing to do in a lot of ways now. That's why I say that, because it can't just be individual Christians, because otherwise it would have stopped at some point. You know what I mean? But it didn't. Kept on going.
Was that happening before Christianity?
Yeah, but not like that. Not in any way, shape, or form like that.
You're saying the conquest ethic was not happening around the world?
Not in the way that Christianity has done it and has continued to do it, no.
When you say Christianity, then you specifically about European colonization?
No, I mean Christianity as a whole has done that since its inception. Like, it's not just been white people have been the ones in control of it for the most part for the last 1,500 years. But there's a few hundred years where white people weren't part of it like that. So it's Christianity.
Yeah, so when you're saying that, because, for example, I'm Ethiopian, right? We've had Christianity in our nation since 2nd, 3rd century. We weren't engaging in those type of behaviors or conquering other people groups in that way because of our religion.
And that's
talking about a specific group of, you're saying the Europeans, when they use Christianity to
nope, not just Europeans. Romans did it too when they had hold of it, and others.
Well, Romans are Europeans.
You're giving me one specific country where it's not been as bad, but that does not negate the fact that any other country where it has been, it has not been good.
But just maybe when you say other countries, you're talking about Europe. What other countries other than Europe?
I'm talking about
in mass
the Mediterranean and the Middle East. This was a Middle Eastern religion to begin with. So it's not
right.
just
So the
white
first couple
people.
hundred years, Christians were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. You're talking about once
they weren't. They had laws.
By the
They
Roman Empire,
weren't
correct?
being persecuted by the Roman Empire. No.
That's not true.
No, that is true.
What are you talking about?
They were not persecuted by the Roman Empire.
They were prosecuted. There's a difference because they were gathering in groups without a permit, which was against the law according to the Caesar of the time. Everyone had to obey the law, whether you were Christian, Jewish, or a practitioner of other religious beliefs. Everyone had to pay a permit to meet in private. That was law.
It wasn't just that. I'm referring to, for example, in the city of Smyrna, right? They had a custom there where they had a statue of the Caesar, and you were required to take incense, drop it into the fire.
That was Rome-wide, though.
Yeah, everyone had
that
to.
was
Everyone
Rome-wide.
had to pay homage to Caesar.
Yeah, that was Roman occupation as a whole.
The Jews were given an exception.
No, they weren't. They
And
had
at
to
the
do it
time in
too.
this-
No, they had to do it
not in
too.
Smyrna.
They had to.
Yes, they did.
They had to
No, Jews
until
were
they
given an
came.
exception.
No, they
they
had to pay a
weren't.
tax.
Yeah.
They weren't given
Yeah,
an
that's how they-
exemption.
That's my point. They were allowed to pay the tax is to circumvent having to take the incense and confess him Caesar as Lord. That was the whole point.
No,
and the Jews in
not
Smyrna,
as
knowing
Lord.
No.
the Jews in Smyrna,
No.
knowing that,
No.
literally reported on Christians they knew were not going to do that.
That is
I'm
not
gonna
what
bring a
happened.
Jewish person in here.
No, that is not what happened. That's not what that was.
I'm bringing Cyber in here.
All right.
Awesome.
Or Rabbi Hannah, because no,
Whoever,
we're not
yeah.
doing this.
No, get Rabbi Hannah. She. If anyone would know, it would be her.
Can you repeat what he said? I'll step away for a second.
He said that the Jewish people were given an exception to the salute to Caesar, and as well as to what was the other thing?
Talking about
They were reporting on
Revelation 2:9.
Christians. They were reporting on Christians, knowing that because they wanted the Christians to be persecuted
He's
by the
claiming
Romans.
that the early Christians were persecuted by Rome when all that Rome had ever required of them
Chris,
was
do you
the
wanna
same
come
thing
up?
as every other person under their empire. So where I'm trying to get that sources, where are you getting that they were persecuted directly when all sources tell us that they just had to follow the same law as everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
Really quick, we've
Well,
got 74 people in here. Can we tap that screen? And Dugald has a gift goal. Let's try to get him that gift goal, and let's try to get to at least 125,000 likes. You guys are doing amazing. Thank you.
Chris, if you got the knowledge to figure out what I'm saying, then yeah, sure, you can come up, friend. You're always welcome
Susie
anyway,
does
regardless.
have a point. Susie does have a point. Christians, because that's what they originally were, even according to the early church fathers, before it was solidified during Constantine, they were part of a sect, a mystery cult.
Correct.
They had to pay homage to Caesar. It didn't matter who was on that throne. You could
Correct.
have your gods. Keep your fucking gods, but you better pay homage to Caesar too.
Correct, because we also saw that in Daniel 3, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, where the leaders were making them bow down to the golden calf and they were thrown into the fiery furnace.
Yeah.
This is something that had been, it wasn't just for Christians, it was for anyone, to whoever was the leader at the time.
Yeah, and
Now, because there is this thought process that only Christians have been persecuted, that the evangelical church has been trying to push us the Crusades, that is not factually correct.
I didn't say that they were the only ones persecuted. I said
I didn't say you did, but
Okay.
I guess a hit dog will holler, because I didn't say
But
you.
to your point, you just brought up the passage in Daniel. That goes to the point. Christians had the decision to make. Either you're going to be loyal to Jesus or you're going to compromise to save your own life.
Jesus said, "Give Caesar what is Caesar's."
Yes.
That's in regards to taxes. But when it
No,
comes to
that was part of the tax.
Meshach and Abednego had nothing to do with
No.
taxes.
We're talking about worshiping the Caesar or the king as God. The same way
Whoever was
the
the
three
leader at
Hebrew
the
boys
time.
were told you're either going to bow down to the statue of Nebuchadnezzar or you're going to get killed.
Right, because
That's the same
what-
decision Christians make.
You're right,
We said,
Chris, he
Right,
does
but
that.
if I'm
hold on,
gonna,
but wait
I'm
a
gonna be
minute, but
loyal to my
pause.
God and I'm
But
going to
you
die
can,
for him if I
but
have
you're
to.
looking at this through the lens of only to Christianity. This was to anyone who was under the rule of that leader.
The white
It doesn't
version of
matter
Christianity,
if
I
you
want
were
to point out.
Christian.
The
It
white
does-
version of
it did not matter.
right.
Now,
The
the
white
fact
version
that-
of
I'm not
Christianity.
denying that at all. I'm saying
Now,
that in this specific
the
instance,
fact
because
that
Christians
believers-
couldn't do that, that's
And
why
man,
they were.
can you not hear me speaking, or you just don't like women to finish? Because I know you
What does
hear
that
me
have to do with
talking
you
to
being
you.
a woman?
I know you hear me talking to you, and that's just rude.
But you
This is
interrupted
rude.
me, and it's not rude.
I'm a mod. I can do that. You can't.
Oh, it's a different rule for you and a different rule for me. That's how it works.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yes, I know it's not
Wow,
fair. is it?
that's the type of person you are. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's called rules.
No,
I'm
that's just a
sorry you're
reflection of your
triggered.
character. That's who you are. Okay, go ahead.
No, my character was I was being very nice when I was saying these things.
You
Bringing
got a
it to
double
you.
standard, and you said it with
No,
no
it's
shame.
not a double
Wow.
standard. It's not a double
What's the
standard.
definition of a double standard if it's not a double standard?
These. Anyway, so like I was saying, what happens is because of toxic theology, you're taking rules of the time, the cultural time rules, and trying to say, look at them persecuting Christians. No, they were not persecuting Christians. Everyone had to bow down to these rules. Everyone did. And if you didn't, there was a punishment. So just like Christians were thrown into the fiery furnace, they were in there with non-Christians as well. But you don't focus on the fact that there are other people who were being prosecuted. You only say this only happens to Christians, and that is when it becomes toxic, and you try to martyr people for the name under God, when it was literally them following the rules of the government at the time.
Matter of fact, we had talked about this earlier. Yeah, let me say this real quick, and then we had talked about this earlier that Rome had so many prosecutions against Christians because they were intentionally doing these crimes so that they could be persecuted to gain their martyrdom status, that they actually made a proclamation to just knock it off. If you all want to go out and hang yourself from a tree, do so. Quit inundating us with it. Like, it was crazy. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so one, you guys are spot on to what to say, because if we go chronologically, right, there was the concept in the Roman Empire called the religio licita, right, or permitted or legal religion. So this was across the board for like anybody, right, paying homage. And the Jewish people, when some of them actually refused to do this, that's why they got some of their cities blown up, like Mastada, right, early 1st century. But ironically enough, this was across the board for every religion. Now, what I will say is that when Christianity became the official religion of Rome, they flipped the script with the Theodosian Code of 439 and started using it to persecute Jewish people, right? So part of that code included, but not limited to, banning Jewish people from constructing new synagogues or repairing existing ones, right? Or be able to worship freely in public, preventing them from having public office, testimony restrictions. They actually when Christianity became the official religion in Rome in the 5th century, like they also did heavier taxes on non-Christian people. It was called the Fiscus Laudasius, right? So if anything, once Rome actually converted to Christianity, they were actually the ones going out persecuting non-Christians, with a heavy emphasis on the Jewish people with the Thessalonians Code. Yeah.
Yeah, because at that point you're talking about people who are cultural Christians who are just at that point using it for power or whatever. Well, I'm talking. There's a difference between that versus the born again believer
that
who's
was the
genuinely
law.
following Jesus.
So, but like that was the law back in the day. And you know what the funny thing is? Shortly after 439 was the Council of Nicaea, and then shortly after that was the Council of Rome when the Bible was put together. Wait, so you're telling me, right? I forgot who it was. Was it Constantine, right? And everybody else, because this was a code that all Christians were mandated to enforce in the Roman Empire. So like, yeah, so like I'm confused. Like that was the code at the time that all Christians were mandated. They were mandated to go enforce it against Jewish people, that it couldn't open up synagogues. But like what the crazy part is, you guys are like criticizing another religion in the Middle East, but I'm looking at this. This looks like oddly a lot like Sharia law when you put it like side by side. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
It really does.
Yes, because so you're talking about Catholics, and when the whole cultural Christianity came in,
Catholics are Christian.
No, it's not. No, they're not. Of course not.
Yes,
when it comes to
hold on. So let's actually run this argument, right?
It's insane when you all say that shit. It's so crazy.
I'm not Catholic. I'm not Catholic, but let's go and run it, right? So 482, the Catholic Church put the Bible together. So you're telling me non-Christians supposedly put the Bible together in the Council of Rome?
You believe that the Bible came? You believe the Bible came together in 482? You really believe that?
Yeah.
It's
so
literally when it
actually
came
not
together.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're
So
just talking about when it was the canon was recognized, but the actual text of the New Testament they were already in circulation way before 482.
Yeah, but I'm
individual
talking about
books were not the whole of the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
you're
like,
talking about the New Testament canon being recognized
Well,
as
actually
one, but
not- actually not
those
just
writings
that.
were already being recognized and read all throughout
but the
Christian
problem
church
is,
at the time.
so the Bible that you use today is in the exact same canon that they put together in 42. So my question to you is, though, if you don't think they're Christians, why are you reading a text that non-Christians like assembled, though? Because at the end of the day, they put the whole canon together, and then afterwards they did commentary on both the Old and New Testament. So
Yeah, their commentaries are relevant. The writings are based on the writings of the apostles and of Jesus.
Yeah, but
so
they put
when
it
it comes
together.
to
Yeah,
them
but
putting
here's the
together
thing, though.
doesn't
They
mean
put it
anything
together.
because it was already being recognized all throughout Christian churches,
Yeah, but
throughout
who
the
was gonna put-
Mediterranean and Egypt, way before.
Yeah,
the
but you're
Council of
not
Nicaea.
answering the question. So
You're
you
saying
have-
that because it was
That's
certified
not
by
what I
Catholics.
said. Slow it down, right? Slow it down. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the Catholics. You see how you're running to other parts here, right? So, of course, we know that things like, oral recitation and things like that was always a Jewish tradition, right? I practice Messianic Judaism myself. But I'm talking about, You still haven't had the ought statement. How are they not Christian though?
They're
Define.
not Christian because they don't believe in being born again of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
they
they
believe
do.
in a whole. Hold on, I'm almost done.
It
They
says
believe
it
in
in
a
the
whole
catechism.
host of. Can you let me finish the point? You're gonna ask a question. You're not gonna let me answer it.
Well, no, you lied
You
about
would
that.
have Christianity if it wasn't for Catholicism. Hello.
Yeah, like
Christianity predated Catholicism. What are you talking
No,
about?
what?
With the followers of
Catholicism,
Serapis,
as we
yes.
know it today, came about by the four.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. See, one thing I don't like is when people bullshit and lie on history. The Christians were a literal cult group that followed Serapis. Even Tacitus, when writing to Eusebius, didn't even know who these people were until they brought a statue from Sinope, which is modern-day northern Turkey, down to Alexandria, and they realized that it was a Serapion. It was a statue of Serapis, which is where Christians get their iconography for Jesus. As a matter of fact, I have that iconography and I can put it on.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. He looks dead on
Once
what
again,
the Jesus
you're conflating
depictions
when it
come
comes
from.
to Orthodox and Catholic Christians.
No, they
when
didn't break off until
their whole,
1054.
their
No,
whole.
I'm talking about history because this is my major, bitch. Dugald, let me get big screen, please.
Yeah.
Also, I've got quotes from the
This-
church fathers. Say the rest. Sorry.
This
Yeah,
is
we'll get to
Serapis,
those
and
next
yes,
two, Chris,
even
for
the
sure.
the early church fathers mentioned Christians, not Christians. That was added later by Eusebius. Anyways, this is Serapis. This is the iconography and the statue that they found in Sinope and brought it to Alexandria, because Serapis was a deity that was created during the time of Ptolemy the First Soter, during the Ptolemaic reign. He was around during the time of the rise of the Roman Empire as well. As a matter of fact, even Cleopatra VII was a worshiper of Serapis. Why? Because Serapis was a Greco-Egyptian deity. He was supposed to be a correlation of both Greece and Egypt into one deity to unify the two countries during the time of the Ptolemies. Hence, the Ptolemies being in power and rising to being pharaohs. Now, when the Council of Nicaea was created, it wasn't even just for Christianity. They were basically a council arguing Jesus's or Isus, because the New Testament is written in Koine Greek. It's all fucking Greek because it was for a Greek crowd, about his divinity, whether he was a man who was the son of Yahweh or whether he was a deity that came from the sky, hence Markeon or Marcion's gospel, or as you know, Evangelion or the Q source, which is where the gospels originate from. The early church fathers considered Markeon a heretic because he felt that Jesus was already a full-grown fucking man that came out of the sky as a deity. The Yahweh of the Old Testament was a bad God, and he was from the light. He was here to bring Christ consciousness. That's the whole point. If you correlate Mark, Matthew, and Luke, they all share similar writings from Evangeline. But you would know that if you actually do your fucking homework.
Okay, now let me ask you a question now. Sorry, you're bringing up the incorporation of pagan practices, which was common all throughout Turkey and going into the Roman Empire amongst the Gentile Christians who were coming in.
Hold on, don't run from your claim. We're trying to address your claim.
Specifically in Jerusalem, are you telling me there wasn't a sect of Jews who believed that Jesus was the Messiah? That didn't happen?
No, because during that time, the early Jews were actually Hellenized. A lot of them actually had temples to Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
I know that. That's not answering my question.
It did answer your question because Jesus wasn't even a thing yet.
The Hellenization had happened centuries before.
The Christians were reported and recorded in 32 BCE, well before Jesus or your precious Jesus was even a fucking thought. That's my point.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, so he made, and once again, guys, I'm not Catholic. I'm going to keep saying that, but I'm defending that position because I just want to tell history honestly, right?
Right.
So,
Hold on, Chris. Let me ask you a question.
well, no, you're not. No, you're
you said you are
not.
messianic.
I'm addressing your claim, right? So your claim is that the Catholics have never talked about being born again. In fact, they've had multiple church fathers. So just for context,
They have a different concept of being born again.
hey, Manas, I'm not done debunking your claim. Once again, I'm not Catholic. I'm just going off what they wrote back in the day, right? So actually, you have multiple. So their church fathers are people that supposedly met Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I don't buy into that, but they interpreted it, right? I'm like addressing the claim. So Justin Martyr says, as many persuaded believe that we teach is true, undertake to be able to live accordingly as brought there as water and regenerate in the same way as we ourselves are generated for in the name of God, the Father, Lord of the universe, and our Savior, Jesus Christ, of the Holy Spirit, they receive the washing with water. For Christ also said, unless you be born again, which is exactly what he says that they don't hold to, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. Interpretation of John 3:3 in the church father reference, First Apology 61. Irenaeus says the same thing 40 years later in fragment 34. It says you have to be born again, right? And then Tertullian says it again 10 years later in Baptism 12, that should be born again through baptism. So from the Catholic Church position, once again, that I'm not a part of, they all at least hold from a consensus view that being born again is a requirement. That's kind of the claim I was going after. Yeah.
Yeah, now my point to that was that their version of being born again is not what the scripture says. They believe, like you pointed out, that it's through baptism through water, which is why they baptize babies and so forth. Whereas the New Testament makes
Can
it.
you give me a church father quote that says that?
I'm
Because
going
none
off
of
the
the church
scripture.
fathers said.
Chris,
So like,
can you at least extend to me the same courtesy you guys are requiring me to?
well, no, because you're making claims without addressing what I said. None of these three church fathers said anything about
what kind of
babies.
conversation are we even having?
Well,
What is
like
this?
you're the one going after your own Christian community, so I'm flipping it back to you, right?
I'm just asking
So-
you as a person, like you making a point, I'm hearing you out, and then before I finish making a sentence, you immediately interject me, and then
Yeah, but
if I
nobody
say
talked
anything
about
to you
babies,
guys,
though.
You guys get upset about me interrupting.
Nobody
you.
talked about babies, though. You brought up an argument that's not being made. So do you?
You don't
so
even know
do
my
you-
point, and you didn't let me finish it. How do you know
I
what
just
my
heard
point
what
was?
you said. You shifted the goalpost from being born again to babies.
Chris, may I just step
So,
in? Maybe he'll
should I
understand
just
if I
is this
word it
this a
this way.
pointless conversation? Then
Nas,
is this like what is this?
Menace, what it is that you pivoted with your state. You deflected and pivoted
Right.
to baby, to include babies. If you can just stick to the factual things that Christie added, instead of adding in by deflection and pivot, like for instance mentioning babies, then that's why he interjected, because you pivoted and deflected. Stick to just the factual pieces that he gave you. No mention of babies was there.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so when it comes to water baptism, even in the New Testament, in that same passage, John chapter 3, Jesus refers to being born again of the Spirit and of the water.
That's literally what it said.
Okay, here we go again.
Yeah, but that's what the quote
Okay,
said.
should I not say anything? Is that
It's
what you want
not
me to do, or
that,
what do you want me to do?
Menace, it's not that. It's just that if you're going to say something that was already addressed, they're going to say something back. Chris just read to you where it already described the water for the baptism.
And Dugald, I get that. I'm just saying, I don't mind sitting here and hearing you guys out tell me how wrong I am. I'm all for that. I'm just asking, can this extend at least the courtesy of letting me finish?
Can you read what that says real quick?
Okay, that's it. This is what you guys are. You just there's disrespectful people.
Well, no,
that
you
just
claim
can't
that
have
they
a real
never said that. Read
conversation.
that real quick.
Can you read?
Born of the water.
Can I finish a sentence, or are you gonna interrupt me if I
read?
start? Okay.
I'm a
this is what-
moderator. I can't interrupt you. So can you read that? What Chris is pointing at on the screen?
out.
Oh, okay, bye.
Then run. We don't need you.
It's not running. You
Really
guys are
don't.
clowns, man.
I'd rather have someone with actual intellectual honesty when it comes to scripture and their belief system.
I don't got nothing against Catholics. Both my grandparents Catholics, but I mean, they got some pretty cool basilicas in Argentina. Like, I'll give them that.
No, and that's what's funny is like I grew up around the Catholics, and it's like every time I hear Christians say they're not Christians, I'm just like, yeah.
And you want to know what's funny, Dugald, about the baptism? See, the thing is that these motherfuckers are worshippers of Serapis. They are a polytheistic religion, because at the end of the day, the bath that they use for the baptism in the New Testament was a bath that belonged in the temple to who? Asclepius.
Mm-hmm. All right, SCG, it's your turn. You over 21, friend?
Yeah.
Perfect. And next two questions are: which topic did you come up for?
E. Christianity is bad / the God is evil.
All right. I think I'm gonna skip the question on that because we also have a. I'm assuming English is not your first language.
Mm-hmm. I mean, sure, go ahead. Whatever you wanted to.
Well, the next question was going to be when you're just at home, just for communication purposes. Like when you're at home, just thinking stuff. Do you think in pictures or do you think in the words of your language?
Oh, I mean, kind of both. Depends. Depends
So
on
mix.
what I'm thinking about.
Okay, so and a mix. Okay, all right, we can deal with that. All right, so you came up for Christianity is bad. All right, what are your thoughts on that first?
Well, I don't think so because.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for coming.
Christianity.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, Christianity brought much of the, so to speak, order in many societies, and it has been proven as useful and many, like the cultural benefits of it, compared to, for example, the pre-Christian pagan traditions found in Europe and other cultures. I just think it's made the civilizations in general more, progress.
I have a question for you, SCG.
Mhm. Sure.
Are you familiar with the Egyptian Book of the Dead?
To a degree,
Okay.
if that's what I'm thinking about.
Well, the thing is that order and rules were already regulated since the time of the Old Kingdom in Egypt. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So, why do you think that Christianity was the only religion that brought civilized order when there are civilizations that predate it by thousands of years that have the same moral codes, the same rules, all the way down to the Hammurabi Code in Sumer?
Christianity has nothing unique about it within its laws or morals.
Okay, so I apologize if I misspoke or if I didn't speak correctly. I didn't say Christianity is the only religion, that gave civilization. I said that it did give, prosperity to it. And every religion, you can say that it's the same as for order, but it's not. Not every religion has the same morals and laws.
No, it is. It is. As a matter of fact, Dugald, I am going to grab my Egyptian Book of the Duat. Give me just a second.
No problem. I'll talk to him while
Don't
you're
let him run away from this.
You're fine. So, but the thing of it is though, SCG, like you're saying it made them more prosperous, but you would have to have their original society without Christianity taking it over to compare it to, and we don't have that. So you can't say it's more prosperous because of Christianity, because you don't know how prosperous they would be right now without it, because Christianity didn't allow that to happen.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on. All right. So that way people will know. This is from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Look at Ampu on the cover. Look at that. Look at my baby. This is from the plates. As a matter of fact, this is called the Negative Confessions. I want you to listen to this listing because I'm only going to say a few and let me know if they sound familiar, okay? Ani saith, "Hail thou whose strides are strong, who comes forth from Anu, I have not done iniquity. Hail thou who art embraced by flame, who comest forth from Kebara, I have not robbed with violence. Hail Fentiu, who comes forth from Kememnu, I have not stolen. Hail devourer of the shade, who comes forth from Kernet, I have not done no murder, I have done no harm. Hail Nahu, who comes forth from Resatu, I have not defrauded offerings. Hail God in the form of two lions, who comes forth from heaven, I have not menaced oblations. Hail thou whose eyes are of fire, who comes forth from Sa'ut, I have not plundered the god. Hail, thou flame which comest and goest, I have spoken no lies. Hail, crusher of bones who comest forth from Sutenhanen, I have not snatched away food. Hail, thou who shewest forth the flame, who comest forth from Heptaka, I have not caused pain. Hail, Kerer, who comest forth from Amentet, I have not committed fornication. Hail, thou whose face is turned back, who comest forth from thy hiding place, I have not caused shedding of tears. Hail, Bast, who comest forth from the secret place, I have not dealt deceitfully. Hail, thou whose legs are of fire, who comest forth from our darkest, I have not transgressed. This is just page 1 of the negative confessions that you are supposed to answer to in front of the 12 deities of the Egyptian pantheon as Anpu and Ma'at. Weigh your heart against the feather of truth in front of Osiris before they decide whether your soul is to be consumed by Amet, where you cease to exist, you never regenerate, or you never go to the field of reeds and you don't stay in the duat to pay your dues. This is my pocketbook. I carry this with me everywhere because when my time goes, at least I'll have it with me, which is why when it comes to the Egyptian belief system, every time someone was mummified or buried, a scroll of the rules and the regulations of how and what to do after you pass into the duat is all in here. Christianity borrowed and plagiarized from religions far older. This book right here, according to scrolls, we can date it to 7,000 years ago. That's all I'm saying. I just wanted to know if you could see the correlation.
But the fact that those two beliefs, those two faiths have some common beliefs doesn't mean that they are necessarily one and the same, right? I didn't say that Christianity has, that everything inside Christianity is unique. I said that Christianity is different from Egyptian religion, from Greek religion, from Germanic religion, from Slavic religion, any type. For example, as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Egyptian religion allowed for incest.
Only within the royals.
Christianity.
Yeah, and Christianity is very big for that.
It was only for the pharaohs, but Christianity was known for that. Job and his 2 daughters, Abraham and his sister, when he basically went to Pharaoh, which I find ironic because in that culture, Pharaoh would have looked at Abraham and his sister and been like, oh, you slept with your, me too, my sister's my wife. Like, they wouldn't have cared. It was common in that area, in that age, because they felt that in order to keep the line of the same status, of the same purity, you had to sleep within your family. We see this in medieval times as well, during the Crusades. So it was solidified because of the book. Matter of fact, who did Cain and Abel sleep with to get their children? Was it their mother? Because remember, Adam and Eve were the only 2 people, supposedly. How did they end up having children from themselves when it was just only Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel and Seth?
Okay, so firstly, it just describes, it doesn't say, oh yeah, go ahead and have sex with your cousins. Secondly, I noticed that you do have a Greek flag in your username. I suppose that you were brought up Eastern Orthodox, right?
No, I never was.
What about your family?
I am Greco-Egyptian. I have a Greek mother and an Egyptian and Puerto Rican father, and they never raised me on any Abrahamic belief system. I was raised atheist. I decided to work with the deities of my ancestors and my cultures, being both from Greece and Egypt. So I work with the pantheons of both nations.
Okay, but are you aware that the church forbids marriage between up to, like, I'm not sure if it's 6 cousins.
The Bible doesn't. The Bible doesn't forbid that.
The Bible doesn't. The Bible encourages incest.
And actually,
including sisters.
1 second. The Bible actually has relationship rules where it lays out who can date who, except for one is missing when it lays them out, and it's father and daughter. Is the only one that's missing when it lists out the rules of who can marry who. It doesn't include that one. And then if you want to talk about, let's just hypothetically say that there was magically more people in the world for Cain, Abel, and Seth to make babies with. Well, after the Great Flood, there was no more magical people that were there, and they were having to sleep with their direct relatives. So the Bible kind of supports the whole concept of incest repeatedly.
As a matter of fact, even the deity of the Bible was incestuous himself. See, the thing is that people don't seem to realize that Yahweh was not the only deity. He came from a pantheon of deities. Actually, he was adopted in because Yahweh and then the Canaanite pantheon took him in. Yahweh and Baal became brothers. But then there's Asherah. Asherah was also his mother, which he then turned into his wife, which El gave him.
Also, just wanted to point out they did it into the medieval times as well.
I literally brought that up.
Yeah, like Habsburg jaw.
During the Crusades, like it's first cousins and everything. That's why a lot of the Brits look alike. They're related in some way, shape, form, or fashion.
Okay, let's go one point by one point. First of all, you want to go ahead with the most literal interpretation in every passage, while
Hey Rabbi
there
Hana,
has
how
not
are you,
been
friend?
the historic way. Second of all, like the Asherah and El thing, it's been just one of many hypotheses.
No, it's
of
in your
the
Old Testament.
archaeologists.
If you
Okay,
read
sure.
the Old Testament, it's in
Give me
there.
the passage.
Yeah. Rabbi Hana, can you get me the passage for El Elyon and his divisions of the 72 nations,
Hold
please?
on. I think I can get it for you too. Hold on a second.
I think it's in Deuteronomy.
I think it is too.
I am here, but I have to clean my cat's ears really fast. So give me a few minutes.
You're fine.
And it could get loud.
You're fine. No worries. Let's see. Apportioned the nations. Deuteronomy 32:8. All
There you go. Start at Deuteronomy 32, verse 8.
Oh, I don't want Bible Hub. Fuck a Bible Hub. There we go.
No, I don't.
Bible
I
Gateway.
like Bible Gateway.
Yeah, that's where I'm at now. It's like, fuck that shit. All right. All right. So the full. Let's see. Where to go?
You know, they love their context.
Yep. All right. So let's see. So it starts off with when the Most High, talking about El Elyon, because there's a reason they give them two different names here, two different titles here. Because at this time, this would have been a henotheistic religion, right? Meaning that they would have had a supreme God and all his little undergods, but they would have only worshipped one of the little undergods, right? The Most High, El Elyon, is not worshipped. He's just the creator God. Yahweh would have been his child. So we're talking about, when it says the Most High, they're talking specifically about El. And you know that because when you click on the little thing, it's talking about Elyon. It tells you when you click on that little thing, whenever you're looking and reading this passage, there should be a note to the original Hebrew. It tells you that that's referring to Elyon. Apportioned the nations. When he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of gods. The Lord's own portion was his people, Jacob, his allotted share. So when it's talking about the Lord, it's specifically talking about Yahweh there. Because the Most High, El Elyon, was over his children, and those children would have all been collectively called the Elohim, but individually, the Hebrews, the Israelites, would have called him the Lord, or Adonai now. But for the sake of the book, it's the Lord.
Now, for Asherah, can you go to Deuteronomy 16:21, please?
Can you just tell me again the number that you read?
That was Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 is where that started, but you can read before that because it's still talking about that same setup for that pantheon. All right.
And now we're going to go to Deuteronomy 16:21 for Ashira.
16:21. You shall not plant any tree as a sacred pole beside the altar that you make for the Lord your God, Yahweh, or Adonai, nor shall you set up a stone pillar. Things that the Lord your God hates. Do you know what those pillars were for?
No.
Those pillars were basically icons or places that you could worship the goddess Asherah, the Elion's wife, or later Baal, and then later Yahweh's consort.
21 and 22, right?
Yes. They were referred to collectively as Asherah poles. They were collectively referred to as Asherah poles, which they were all told to destroy later on.
And also, I have other passages regarding Ashira, if I could get big screen.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot. It's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we have the first one that we read to you, Deuteronomy 16:21, the prohibition. Now we have Judges 3:7, syncreticism. We have 1 Kings 14 and 15, consequence of worship, and 2 Kings 23:6, King Josiah's reform, destroying the pole from that temple. These verses highlight the conflict between Yahweh worship and Asherah worship, a frequent source of idolatry and spiritual unfaithfulness in Israel. Asherah passages in the Bible primarily describe the Canaanite mother goddess and her sacred wooden symbols, poles and groves, that ancient Israelites were repeatedly commanded to destroy, as seen. And then they give you the passages. Asherah was a part of that pantheon. So was Yahweh. So was Elion, because he was the father of these deities. There's a reason why Yahweh and Baal had beef in the Old Testament, because they were adopted brothers. Think of it like Osiris and Seth from the Egyptian pantheon. They had family beef.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but let's. I'll address this, but let's not go too far away from the topic.
You're fine. Go ahead.
So I don't know. I'm reading like the Serbian translation as of now, and I'm gonna
have Daddy change you. I'm busy.
You're fine. Go ahead, SGG.
When the Most High was giving the possessions to the peoples, when he was dividing, or when he was giving away the humanity's sons, he set up borders of the peoples according to the numbers of the sons of Israel. The Lord's part is his people. Jacob is a part of
the people he was given. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, we generally see God being referenced with different titles like Adonai, Yahweh.
Right, you do, but again, this one specifically, right? But then again, this one specifically, like I said, if you look up when it says the Most High, who that is referencing, it tells you that it's referencing Elion, not Yahweh.
Doesn't the hyperlink tell you that it's just the word Elion?
Right, but Elion was specifically the Most High of the pantheon that Yahweh originally came from.
You have El Elyon and you have El Shaddai. El Shaddai was Yahweh. El Elyon was the Most High.
Right.
He was the Father.
That's why collectively all the gods were known as Elohim, because that was literally the collection of El's children. El being the important part there. El for Elohim. El for
And
El
then we got
Elyon,
72
El for
from-
El Shaddai. Yeah, go ahead, Deborah.
Because he just misquoted, what is that, Enjoyer? Misquoted the verse. It says, according to the number of the sons of God, not according to the number of the children of Israel.
Right.
The reason why that distinction is so important is because the King James Bible changed the text from what it was written down originally. And we can see that if you want to go look at the original, just Google 4Q37.
Okay, I guess that would be like the difference in the reference text for the translation.
Yeah, because
very often,
right now, the one that is usually best, at least as far as English is concerned, I don't know for other languages, but for English, the best one is the NRSVU, the New Revised Standard Edition, mostly in part because that's more of a direct translation. Currently, that's even taught in seminary. Like this is where they usually draw everything from, the references and everything. If you go with anything outside of that, you're going to start risking accuracy on that. Because right now, that is the more accurate translation of the original Hebrew and Greek.
But what I'm saying is
we can
not
see
the
why.
translation.
Oh, one sec. We can see why, because you have the original text that was translated to Greek and then over to English.
Yeah, the Septuagint.
Yeah.
Right. Well, so now you're playing telephone.
Right.
And that's why it's important to pull from something that has translated directly from the original text.
Which is what the NRSV is. It directly translates from the Hebrew versus using the Septuagint to go off of.
Yeah, but you're raising the question which preserves the original text more, because the Masoretic text is most likely, well, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's more similar to the original, because Masoretic text is like the later tradition of writing text.
What we're saying is the original manuscripts, the earliest ones we have, right? The earliest ones we know about, right, are all written in either Hebrew if it's Old Testament or the Koine Greek if it's the New. A little bit of Aramaic is sprinkled in there, but not very much. And that's what they're directly translating, not books of books of books. They're directly translating the manuscripts that we know for a fact exist and that we have. That's what they're translating that from. That Hebrew, that Aramaic, that Greek.
But actually, of the manuscripts of the Old Testament that we have, pretty much all of the oldest ones, except the Dead Sea Scrolls, were in Greek. Like we generally have like
No, the Old
BC.
Testament was originally written in Hebrew. The Greek did not come about until the Old Testament when it got Hellenized.
Well, about 3rd century BC, right? 3rd or 4th, I think 3rd century BC.
Do you know
And
when
same-
the oldest writings of the Old Testament start from?
No, I'm talking about the physical manuscripts. Like
Yeah, I know,
Right,
so am
that's
I.
what we're talking
in
about.
museums.
That's what
The
they were.
oldest ones we have date back about 1600 BCE.
Okay.
Or no, 2400 BCE is the oldest ones we have. So if you're talking about the original manuscripts of the Old Testament, they were not written in Greek.
They were written in Hebrew.
Hebrew.
I didn't say that. I said the oldest preserved manuscripts that we have, except
Sir,
that
we still have these manuscripts. That's what we're doing the
When they're in
translations
Greek.
from. No,
Yeah.
the oldest ones are still the Hebrew.
Oldest are Hebrew.
Which is the 10th
Sir,
century. Which
sir,
is
no,
the-
listen. Here we got. First, we have the Ketef Hinnom scrolls. Those are the oldest. Hold on a second.
And there are 2 lines. Ketef
I
Hinnom
run into
scrolls are
this
2
all
lines.
the time.
Right,
I
go
run
ahead.
into this all the time. People think that the Old Testament was written in Greek. It's not.
I didn't say it was written in Greek. I never said
You're
that.
saying the oldest preserved manuscripts that we have are in Greek. That's not true. If they were translated to Greek from Hebrew.
Right, that would make no sense.
Yes, they were translated into Greek, but except for the Dead Sea Scrolls, and there are Dead Sea Scrolls in Greek among other languages.
So the Old Testament is the Old Testament is the Tanakh and the Talmud, right? Right?
No, just the Tanakh.
I'm sorry, what?
Talmud is an interpretation.
Okay, so
Talmud is a Jewish interpretation.
Okay, the Aleppo Codex, which was 920 Common Era, and the Leningrad Codex, which is 1080 or 1008 CE, were once the oldest known manuscripts of the Tanakh. But the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, so those are the oldest, but those are still translations of. So we're still getting it here. It still says, before this discovery, the earliest existent manuscripts of the Old Testament were in Greek.
Exactly.
So before the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were in Greek, but they were not after the fact. They're telling you that in order to get to the Greek for the Old Testament, they, like Deborah said, would have had to have been translated from the Hebrew.
I agree with that.
Right.
I never denied that.
So the point of it being in Greek is moot because we're still talking about today's versions that are directly transcribed from the Hebrew, not the Greek, because the Greek is still not the original language of the Bible, only the New Testament.
And when
I never said the Greek was the original language of the Old Testament. I said the oldest manuscripts.
They're not.
we have.
They're not the oldest.
When we come
Okay,
to
sorry,
the
the
Dead
Dead
Sea
Sea Scrolls are.
Scrolls, when it comes to the Dead Sea Scrolls, there was a small portion that was in Greek, and that was a part that reflected the Hellenistic influence.
Yeah.
Majority of the Dead Sea Scrolls
Hebrew
were
and
in
Aramaic.
Hebrew and Aramaic.
Thank you.
Weren't majority in Aramaic and then Hebrew?
No,
if I'm not wrong.
Hebrew mainly, Aramaic slightly, the Greek the
No,
rest.
I'm not saying about the originals that we don't have. I'm talking about the
The
physical
Dead
copies
Sea
that we do.
Scrolls were primarily Hebrew, some Aramaic, and some Greek.
Okay. But I'm saying, like, do you know how the Bible is translated?
Yes, that's why we told you the best version to use, because it directly translates it from the Hebrew, not Hebrew to Greek to English, but from Hebrew to English, is the NRSVU. That's what we were talking about. That's why that one is the one that's taught in seminary, because it is the more accurate to the original Hebrew.
Yes. And like, let's say, for example, the scholars are translating, let's say, Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
They don't just go to because you will never find two of the same exact manuscripts old of the Genesis. So first of all, the critical edition of the Hebrew in Genesis is made, right? First, like you know, like the order of words in sentences, they look at more copies and say, okay, so this is how this sentence would have looked like. And then they make the critical edition of the Hebrew Genesis, and then from that they translate it.
Initially, but that doesn't change the fact that today we have versions of the Bible that are straight from the Hebrew, no middleman, no Greek middleman, no anybody else middleman, just Hebrew to English. No more telephone, no more inaccuracies, just bump a bump.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But
so what are we arguing here?
I have no idea what was the start of this.
All right. I just happened to go over to the YouTube, so really quick, since we're kind of at a middle point, some people send in some super chats, and since Benny's not here, I kind of feel like I should read them out for everybody. We have one for $2 from Interstate 5. Wouldn't the JPS translation be better than the NRSV? Which one's the JPS? Somebody tell me that one. I'm not familiar.
I'm not familiar with that one, but we go based on what is used and approved by seminaries. And the NRSV UE, the updated edition, or the NRSVU are the primary Bibles that they use for seminaries.
Mm-hmm. And then lastly, we got Science Lover 999 who said, "Hi, Dugald and friends. Just sharing some holiday cheer." Well, we appreciate that, friend. We appreciate it a lot. JPS is just the Old Testament. All the Tanakh. I mean, if it's directly translating it from the Hebrew, it might be. So I would say yeah to that, Interstate, but I can't say for certain. I'm not familiar enough with that one to say.
Oh yeah, I remembered the topic, but can we just summarize the topic and then get back to the prompt if it's okay?
Yeah, and then after that, I think I'm gonna go ahead and shut the live down, guys. We're gonna go raid when we're done after this. We're gonna raid Jeff from Interspecies. He is live, and he is not live that often, so I would like to give him a raid if we can after this. For those who don't know Jeff, let me put his handle in the chat from my backup here. All right, that's it in the chat. It's Zeus and N, the letter N, Jeff. All right. Go ahead, SCG. Go ahead and summarize, and we'll finish up the conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, so whether or not you're using the Hebrew or the Greek, you're playing telephones. However you wanna, whatever you use, because even the Masoretic texts that we have are a change from the original Hebrew text. For example, original Hebrew did not have written vowels. Sorry,
I got you.
Didn't have vowels.
Mm-hmm.
So and the Masoretic texts do have it, and the Masoretes were a tradition of scribes that show up in the 4th century BCE, or no, I think 2nd century BCE actually. The Masoretes show up.
I'm curious, SCG, what is the presence of vowels or not got to do with the translations? Because the words are still words; they're just words in a different language, whether they got vowels or not. So translating it into a word that still equates to the same thing in our language, what does that make a difference?
Because that changes the reading.
Well, not really. If they have words that don't have vowels in it, but it still says the concept is still, God created light, then it's still going to say that. It's just not going to have vowels, which is what we depend on, right? They don't, but it's still the same concept, the same words.
Oh, well, not necessarily, because let's say, for example, you just write DR. Someone could read it as door, and someone could read it as doctor, right?
Maybe. But that's still where context comes in. They don't translate letter by letter. You know that, right? They translate the words, and then they translate the context. So again, the lack of vowels doesn't change any of that.
Again, you can have two words with the same consonants that do fit in the same context,
right?
Which is why I personally would argue that Septuagint preserves the original meaning more than the Masoretic text.
No,
because Masoretic text is actually a tradition that came after the Septuagint.
Jesus Christ.
That is not how that works. No, sir. No.
Yeah.
The Hebrew is the original language, so it had no choice but to be first. The Septuagint is what it was translated to. The Septuagint is just the translator. It is not. It's not the official word on this language. It's just what they translated it then. We know what it says now. There's the Septuagint did not come first.
Not only that, there was a lot of things in the original Hebrew text that we got wrong.
From the Septuagint.
Yeah.
Because you're saying the Masoretic is the original Hebrew text. There existed the original Hebrew text.
No, I'm
which
saying
was
the
mostly
Hebrew
lost.
text is the original Hebrew text. I didn't say anything about
No.
I said the Hebrew text is the original Hebrew text. It was written
Let's
in
say-
Hebrew. The book, the Old Testament, the Talmud, the all anything to do with the Old Testament
Torah,
was
darling.
written, or the Torah was written in Hebrew. There's no way around that
Yeah.
because you cannot get the
The original
Septuagint
language.
if the original language was not Hebrew.
I'm saying that Hebrew is the original language of the Old Testament.
Right.
We know.
But
And the Septuagint is not the accurate translation of that.
It was a transliteration.
it was a translation, not a transliteration.
It was a transliteration because there's a lot of passages within the Septuagint that we got wrong from the original scripture.
Yeah. Which is why I say it's not the accurate way to go because they were wrong.
Okay, let's say, for example,
Even to this
you have-
day, they're still going back and they are retranslating and seeing how they've got like an accent mark wrong and it changes the whole meaning of the word.
Exactly.
And like they, even a couple of weeks ago, they were released information that one of the prophets in the Bible was translated to be a male, but it was actually a female. And so now it changed the whole in the whole translation of the story based on it misgendering one of the prophets.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, there's also the most common mistake, which is Alma suddenly going from meaning a young girl to a virgin.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the most common one, which is how you got the Virgin Mary. But the original text says Alma, which just means a young woman.
Yeah.
And y'all just run with that one, by the way. Y'all are like, we don't even care that they're correct, that it's corrected.
Right.
We don't want to know.
Okay, but let's say here's a nice way to say it. For example, the book of Daniel, there's the difference between the Greek version and the Hebrew version. The Greek version is longer. I think it has like 2 or 3 chapters more, right? And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we find the longer version of Daniel in Hebrew, which
In
we don't
Hebrew.
find in Masoretic.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, which is why I never said anything about the Masoretics. I told you the Hebrew script is the original language. I never said what book or any of that. I said it is the original text that it was written in. So going to the Septuagint and then going to English is not an accurate translation. An accurate translation would be one that goes straight from the Hebrew to English or straight from the Hebrew to Spanish, if that's what your language is. It's not one that has a middleman. That's literally all we've said. You keep bringing up the Septuagint as if it is some type of catch-all that is going to explain anything. It in and of itself is inaccurate.
You know, because we're on the topic of the Septuagint, let me just make something perfectly clear. If Jesus, or as you know him as Jesus, were truly a Jewish man that was supposedly the Messiah, why is he quoting from the Septuagint and not from the Torah?
Who translated the Septuagint?
The Septuagint is in Greek.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but it was used by the Greek-speaking Jewish community.
Listen, the point is that Jesus is supposedly a Jewish man. What would a Jewish Hebrew Aramaic speaking man be doing, reading and speaking to a Greek audience using the Greek Septuagint, which is why the New Testament is all in Koine Greek. It wasn't translated into Hebrew until way after.
Okay. Greek was the lingua franca of the eastern part of the Roman Empire back then. They would have been multilingual because most of the Roman officers...
Why does that matter?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Not necessarily, no, because the majority of Jesus's followers, supposedly, if they existed, were of Aramaic and Hebrew descent. they would have been poor and illiterate. They wouldn't have known the Greek language, let alone read it or write it. That's the point.
Well, yeah, but when they crucify Jesus, it says, that they've put a plate on the cross in Latin, Hebrew, and Greek, saying Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews.
How does that
would the Romans
change
speak in the Greek
anything?
languages?
How does that change
Can I try
anything?
to make an analogy?
Go ahead, yeah.
If I could.
Go ahead, Deborah, because he's not getting it.
Let's put ourselves in a modern situation here, right? So let's say that we come across this archaeological dig down in Peru, right? Or somewhere in South America. And a North American archaeologist with a little bit of understanding of the culture goes down there and translates a bunch of tablets, right? That were written by the Mayans. Now, let's fast forward 20 years, and a Mayan who understands the language goes down there and says, yeah, I mean, he was kind of close, but here's what it actually means. Which one of the two do you think have a better understanding? The one who understands his own language, or the North American archaeologist with a little bit of understanding?
Okay, the Mayan in this analogy.
Right. So that's what we're saying. The
Thank you,
original
Deborah.
language that was written by the Hebrews, their own scrolls in their own language, have a better translation from Hebrew, from the original to English, than from Hebrew to Greek to English. There's a middleman there that doesn't belong, that doesn't need to be there.
Okay, can I give you my analogy?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, listen. Let's say
I'm done talking in circles on this. All right.
Yep, it wasn't gonna go nowhere.
No, that
See how I didn't interject because I didn't know what the hell y'all was talking about with half that stuff. But I do have a picture of me seeing Aramaic written in person, and so that was my contribution to the conversation. Just saying.
I love you, man. Oh my god. All right,
This
y'all.
conversation can also be a hat.
All right, y'all. I appreciate you hanging out with me so much. We are gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I'm been at it all day, so I'm ready to be done. So for everybody in here, Zeus and Jeff, our AKA Jeff from Interspecies, is who we're gonna go raid. Aaron, Happy Jesus, Hanji, RC, Deborah, and AK. Thank you both, all of you, for hanging out with me. I appreciate you all so much, and you guys are always welcome. You know this.
This is fun.
Love you guys.
Bye, y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time. Right. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Go see Jeff. Tell him Dugald raid. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.